Oh, hi. I'm back again. Back after another weekend trip to the void. Or an early week trip to the void, I guess. Wasn't really the weekend, I suppose, considering it was just Sunday night, but... It's me. I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a nice time at the start of the week. We are going to get underway pretty quickly because, yeah, we got some power washing to do. So we'll get down to business pretty quickly. But yeah, hi Bob, welcome in, man. First chatter of the day. How are you doing, man? On both platforms, those. First chatter on any platform. For you. It's actually kind of unusual these days that we managed to go the entire starting soon screen without someone saying something. So you got a sneaky first place there, Bob. Nitty must be busy after his gig the other day or something. I know he always comes in and tries to steal the first. So yeah, how's it going, man? Hope you're having a good one. I don't have much to report after the weekend or anything like that. I don't have much to, you know, mention other than you know, the usual stuff for things that have happened. So I don't really have much to say, much to talk about at the minute. It's very just a normal kind of day. I'm move myself over here as well and get the game open in the background. But yeah, no, I hope everyone had a nice little time in the early part of the week. Had a nice Monday, kicked off the week in a decent way. And is looking forward to some cheeky power washing action. I mean, we all know about power wash, how satisfying it is to watch, so should hopefully be an absolute belter today. And hopefully we'll get some achievements. I think what we will actually do first of all is we may try and redo that level we did last time to try and get the achievement to work this time. Because I did it tail end of last stream and then we got a raid. So I nearly finished it, then I, you know, kind of went across to the starting soon screen and that closed the game. And then I reopened the game and then did the other half of the level. And I think it broke the achievement because I did it in 2 parts. So I'm going to try and do that again, that one level again, because it didn't take very long. I'll try and do that level again just in a minute. And then we'll hopefully pop that achievement fairly early on and then carry on. Because it's one we know about, so we may as well do it while it's fresh in the mind, right? Rather than leave it for hours and weeks and then forget we even did it and, you know, look up a guide or something later on. Doing well. Good, good. I was on my phone. Oh, my other phone died as I was replying. All good, man. All good. All good. Good to have you here, as always. Nice to have you here in stream. Appreciate you taking the time to come and hang out with us. This is supposed to be your hell week, isn't it? You were saying about how bad it was going to be. I remember the other day. Was that Sunday? I think it was on Sunday you said that. Okay, we're nearly good to go. That's the lab. What's up, Twitchers? Oh, there ain't anyone to talk to yet, Bob. You're on your own on the Twitch front at the minute, I think. It's very quiet on the Twitch side of things at the moment. Hopefully it'll pick up in a little bit and people will remember I exist. Who knows? We'll see. I'm sure it'll pick up a little bit. Pretty bad at work. Makes me appreciate the downtime. Yeah. I feel that. I used to think the same thing actually back when I was at the lab. It's nice when you have one of those days where it's finally just really quiet. You kind of like you have that different perspective, don't you, of when it was very busy versus when it was very quiet, and the difference in feeling. As you say, it does make you appreciate it a lot more. Which is with a B, because I'm edgy like that. I mean, you could say that if you want. Whether or not it's an accurate representation on a different story. Is this the correct one? That's the one we want. The Prima Vista 2400. Here we go. So this one, what we need to do is we need to do the hatch last. That's the hatch in the middle. We did do it last time, but it didn't work, so we're going to try it again. That's the gist of things. We're going to do it again. So. And also, not everyone saw this job get finished because it actually happened after the YouTube stream had ended. Because it was fairly late on Thursday, and then when the raid came in, which I forgot to stop, because normally I don't, you know. Normally I'm very particular about making sure that raids don't happen in the last, like, hour. Just because I always, it's more so because sometimes I have that feeling, I kind of, if someone ever raids, I don't want to just end the stream, you know, 2 minutes after they raid in. And then some days it's like, you just don't really feel like doing anymore, because you, especially on like War Thunder days, you're just super sort of worn out. So I always try and make a habit, if I can, of making sure that I can't get raided in the last like 30 to 45 minutes of the stream, specifically for that. Because it was power wash, I was like, go on, we'll do another like 30 minutes or something. So we did a bit more. But just throwing some noodles on, I'll be back. Go on then. Go chuck some nudes on. You do that, I'll be here power washing as always. Don't worry. Love a bit of power washing. I have been, as of late, thinking about the future of Tuesdays and Thursdays, though, and about the long term, what we're going to do. And I think there will be a point, eventually, where Tuesdays and Thursdays will become less about achievements again. And will become something else. So that's quite exciting. I'm quite looking forward to 2026 for the stream, though. I think there's actually a lot of things that could be really cool that come out this year, maybe. We'll see. I mean, with the rumors of Fallout 3 and New Vegas remakes and things, that would be a hell of a little couple of playthroughs to do. As well as the next game that I have planned as well that nobody knows about yet. Well, I think 2 or 3 people know about it, but that's about it, actually. Not many people. As far as the community goes, nobody really, you know, knows particularly. I'm rather excited to get those playthroughs underway. But it does mean finishing Power Wash first, which is going to be fun in itself. So I'm very excited about that. It's going to be great to finally break in the other one. Hi, Nitty. Welcome in, man. Hi. Hey, hi, hello. I'm pretty sure you knew I was gone from Sunday stream. I don't remember seeing you, yeah. How'd the stuff go the other day, mate, as well? I was gonna ask you Sunday, of course, but I didn't get a chance to catch up with you. How'd your session go the other day? I hope it went well. Some rather unexpected yet pleasant developments happened to me recently. What happened, Nitty? Did you win the lottery? You become rich? Got signed by a giant band label and now you've been paid £5 billion? Is that what happened? Well, not pounds. Insert regional currency here. What happened, Nitty? Tell us about these good things that have happened. Yeah, welcome in, man. It's nice to see you. You've been dethroned of the honours of first in the chat today as well by Bob, so you'll have to reclaim that at some point. Take back your throne as the first chatter of the day. Recording is finished, and now a new cat parent. Ayo, lovely stuff. How did that come about? Tell us about the new kitty. We must know about the animal. Hey, there we go. Rather exciting though, isn't it? Tell us all of the information. We must know. Like the Terminator, I'm back. Welcome back, Bob. Resident first-time chatter Nitty has arrived. The legend himself. Oh, this is like one whole section. I see. I see... Let's just do this then instead. If this doesn't pop the achievement, just so everybody knows, I'm not going to do it a third time. I'm just going to come back to this one at the end and assume it's bugged or something. Alright, just so everybody knows. Because again, if you were here last time, you'll know that I've actually already done this job. Is the lo-fi good like that, or do you want me to turn it up? Or anything like that? If anyone has any music suggestion things, then let me know. If it's if you can't hear it or whatever, let me know, okay? Because I try and I tend to keep it fairly low for these streams, but if you want it higher, then I'll put it up a bit higher. Rescued this tiny lot of a kitten from under a car. Had to stop the driver from driving off before I'd gotten her from under. Oh man, just a little stray then. No, well, presumably anyway. I guess someone had just abandoned them, maybe then, right? We're gonna give her up for adoption, but then we got attached to her. Aw. That's nice, though. I like that. You did a good thing there, though, Nitty, by helping them out in the first place, though, even if you did put them up for adoptions. Or even if you had done that. You still did, you did a good thing, though, man. Good on you, mate. Post pictures eventually? Yeah! We're looking forward to seeing pictures of the baby. Always nice seeing pet pictures in the chat and Discord. One of my few channels I'm not banned from by the British government, so nice to be able to see the pets channel on my own Discord. In before that gets blocked as well, because we're enjoying it and having a nice time looking at pets. No enjoyment for you. Gonna get outlawed. No looking at pets. Let's go there, my dude. Sounds like an eventful little weekend, I know. Did your band stuff, and then you picked up a new member of your family as well. Look at that. Nice way to spend a couple of days, eh? Worst things you could have done with your time. Like, watch this stream. I'll stop now. Anyway. Haven't named her yet, but we're figuring out some name suggestions. Okay, okay. Fair enough. I like that. Bit not done. Oh, I guess I haven't done the inside of the banisters. That makes sense. And I haven't done this section as well. Hi, Bevan. You smell me? Is it a good smell? I would hope so. I showered like 30 minutes before the stream. Just a cheeky little one. So much to do on this one, isn't there? Even though it's a small building, there's like a lot of bits and pieces on this one. We'll do each of these pillars first, shall we? British smell. Okay. What, it smells like, tea. Something, does it? Is that what it smells like? I should do the outside of these first, shouldn't I? Do that now. The pillars. Good old pillars. A little scrub. Never does the laugh track for our funny jokes. Well, funny's debatable. I had to. I had to. Alright. I can't use the laugh track for everything though. I've got to keep it like reserved, otherwise the laugh track loses its power, you know? Can only break it out every now and again. If we use it too much, then it becomes predictable. Well, I can't use it all the time, even if some of your stuff that you guys say sometimes is actually funny. I can't always use it. Alright? I've got to give you a reason to come back, you know? Calypso. It sounds like Paradise Punch Calypso, does it? Is that... So in other words, fucking minging. Like the sounds of it. Have a good look, bum. Enjoy your, well, have a good time studying. May you be productive and your brain expand many times as you learn all the knowledge of the universe. Oh, hello. Gotta get some money worth on the laugh track? Yeah, I have to, you know. Well, I don't really get scolded these days for making those jokes either, because friendly scolding mod of the stream, Oreo, of course, is quite busy these days, so she doesn't have the time to be able to come and complain at me for making those jokes anymore. So I can get away with them mostly these days. And in fairness, I don't make them anywhere near as much as I used to. Those jokes are a lot more few and far between these days. But every once in a while I'll break them out, but... yeah, there's always a laugh track for them if I do one of those these days. I do want to add some more sound effects actually to the Stream Deck, so I can have more just general sound effects on the fly. I keep saying I'm going to do that, and I need to actually just do it at some point. It's kind of one of those things that gets forgotten though. And then every time I, you know, I come back to do the next stream for the next week, I'm like, oh yeah, I was going to do that. And then I go, oh, I'll do it later in the week, it'll be fine. I just forget. I'm like slowpoke, you know, procrastinator. Good old procrastinator, the slowpoke. What time that was, man? I still remember that. The days of the monotype Pokemon runs. It's crazy to think, though. It's actually been, and this is wild, over a year since the final monotypes were done. Consider how much time that was on stream. I mean, that was literally like over a year of me just doing back-to-back Pokemon stuff. Albeit I wasn't doing it every stream, but we did that much of it. And it's crazy to think that it's been over a year since that now. Insane. Procrastinator the Slowpoke will never be forgotten. Nah, he was a legend, right? I can't remember which one he turned into. I can't remember if we turned him into a Slowbro or a Slowking. I want to say he turned into Slowking. And he was in either Mono Water or Mono Psychic. And he was actually really useful. Because I get the feeling we used him as a Scald unit. And he burned things. But I might be wrong. Slowking is actually kind of unironically a decent Pokemon, though. Like, he has his moments where he's kind of sucks, but he actually has a lot of good support capabilities. Which is what I used it for. If you use him offensively, I'm sure you're not going to get much out of him, but use him as a kind of defensive stalling mon, then it's great. Toxic and stuff like that. Self-deprecacious bad. I like that one. I also love how that's just been a running bit for what, years now, Nitty, that whenever you come up with these names. How you manage to do it all the time, I don't know. The level of creativity is astounding. Something only someone like me could dream of. As a non-creative person. Also, I forgot to do the pinned message. Exclamation mark YT. If you haven't already, go over and drop a like on the YouTube stream. Go over support, drop a sub if you haven't already as well. We're doing nicely, bubbling away on the YouTube recently, so it would be very much appreciated if you would take the time to go and do that. Please and thank you. Would be rather nice of you if you could. So we have been making some nice progress actually on YouTube in the last couple of weeks. I actually was looking the other day just out of interest. It was I think it was in 2025 in total we got 50 new subs on YouTube, 49 or something like that, 50. And I think it's already this year in the first 11 days we've done 7. So we're kind of motoring on through that a little bit. Hopefully we can break last year and do much better than we did before. And keep upping the ante. Oh, throat getting a bit froggy. Quick intersection. The Terminator is now 11.3. Okay, caring about Pokemon. Honestly, it's still not high enough if you ask me. It just shows you that Gaijin doesn't want to put it at top tier if they put it at 11.3. That thing should be at 12. It should be at 12 or 12.7. Like, I don't know. I'm glad that they bumped it up, but it's still not high enough. The Terminator needs to go up even higher, in my opinion. Because the annoying thing now is, this is one of the things that I knew was going to happen. It's kind of frustrating. Because they've now done that to the Terminator, I won't be free of it now when I go to the ADATs. Before, if I jumped in the ADATs, I wouldn't have run into it all that often, because they'd have had to have been full 1.0 up tier. Now I'm going to run into them every game again. So, yay. In like a few weeks' time, when we move up to the 11s tier, we're just going to run into fucking Terminators every game again, so... painful. We just thought we'd finally been rid of them, getting towards the end of 10, and now we're going to be stuck with them 11s as well. Lovely. Hi, too. Welcome in. What's the word on the street? Yes. That's the word on the street. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Vibing, doing a bit of power washing. Doing the same bit we did the other day, actually, because we're trying to get the achievement while it's fresh. Because this is the one that we finished the other day. I know, I'm sure you remember too, because I know you were here, of course, when we made that bet that we were talking about. Which we're still good on, by the way, just so you know. Thought I'd update you on that. We're still good on the bet. Me and Two made a little prediction the other day about something. only we know about. Well, only us and a few other people know about. But we made a little prediction, little bet type thing about something. We're waiting to see what happens with it. Quite exciting. Bonus word, boulder dash. That's a good word, to be fair. Pish posh. Good word. How you doing, too? Hope you're having a nice week so far. I know it's only fairly early on in said week, but hope it's going successfully. Nice to see you here, of course, as well. Currently got back from my own cut down some old branches. Okay. Okay. Sounds like you were off today then, were you? Were you off today? You had some free time, did you? So you're chopping down trees. Or at least branches, anyway. No work until tomorrow? That's always nice. Nice little bonus. Hey. Do the inside of these now. Coming together nicely, this one. We're at 63% already. We're looking solid. Again, this is one we already did. This is a retry, technically, so nothing new here, but we are doing what we need to do. Save this till last. Oh, nice. That just popped as is. I don't know how, because I thought there was an area on the back we had to do, so I don't know how we've apparently cleaned the back face of it as well, but there we go. We did the back and the front face just from the front. We'll take that. Been up to anything else on your day off too, or you just been kind of chilling today and not doing a huge amount? Not there's anything wrong with that, of course. What you got to use your days off for, isn't it? Is having a little vibe. Having a chill time. And watching this stream. That's the other thing you got to do on your days off, of course. Contractually obliged to watch the stream on your days off. I've heard. Every day off you have, you got to meet the quota of watch time in the stream. That's what I heard. Man, we missed a bit. That's wild. I do really enjoy playing this game, I've got to say. It's certainly not the most, like, engaging thing in the world from the fact that there's not loads of stuff going on all the time, so it keeps you very, like, brain active, but it's nice just to play something so vibey every now and again, you know? Where I'm just kind of not really too focused on what's going on, I'm just kind of walking around and, you know, spraying water on stuff. It's great. Watch or get flogged. Exactly. That's what happens, actually. You'll be you'll be flogged if you don't watch the stream on your days off. I'll contact your employers and I'll get them to flog you while you're at work. Absolutely, because I can absolutely do that. I have that power. I'm a powerful person in the world. They'll listen to me, don't worry. How liberating I can say with an auto admin. Yeah, it's interesting though, it's the same bot. That's what I find really silly though, Bob. It's the same Stream Elements bot set up with the same settings. So I don't know what... It must be a YouTube thing where YouTube kind of like is... I don't know. I'm not sure. It must be a YouTube thing though, because it's let's say it's the same. The stuff on both sides. So I don't know. That's not where I put you. Thanks, ladder. That's not very helpful either. Stupid ladder getting in the way. Man. I'll tell you what, the ladders in this game sometimes are more of a hindrance than anything else. They just get in the way. Right, are we clear? I think we're in the... Are we done now with these sections? Right, we can get onto the roof. Lovely. Last time I was cleaning these sections, we were talking about the intricacies of the differences between streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I remember. It was a rather interesting conversation. Speaking of, why not watch on both? Best of both worlds, right? That's what I'm saying. Making the unclean clean again, peak content. It is. It is. It's, I don't know, it's just glorious, man. There's something about it. It's just something so nice about climbing on an old building and just spraying it with water. Just has peak satisfaction levels. It's great. Oh, for anyone who wasn't here last time as well, we've created civil war between YouTube and Twitch. So there's now a civil war, not really, but there's a hypothetical civil war going on between the two platforms. Or at least there was last stream anyway. Because I thought that in order to help both platforms out, we were going to create a rivalry between the two of them. So the YouTube rivalry and Twitch rivalry is hopefully in full swing. It's the way of enlightenment, as the Grandmaster teaches us. It is indeed. That's part of the initiation ritual when you join the community, not cult. You actually get power washed to cleanse you of your sins. You have to just stand there and get power washed for about 5 hours. It's less about cleansing sins and more about just sort of a cruel and unusual punishment for no reason, really. But, you know, that's just how things work around here sometimes. I'll make sure everyone knows who they're dealing with, you know. Right. Start on the main section. The roof. 25% of the volume of this job is the roof. That's kind of crazy. And also, we should easily be able to get this job done within an hour, so we should get 1 achievement within the hour, which is a little unimpressive. But if we can get 5 achievements today, that'd be glorious. Although, me saying that sounds a bit speculative now, considering 1 job's probably going to take us like 3 hours, but still. You never know. Maybe, just maybe, things will be different, you know? And it'll go crazy. It's not a war, I'm an ambassador. Who assigned you the ambassador, Bob? Someone make you an ambassador? I don't remember it. You know what happens to ambassadors in a state of war, Bob? They get assassinated, is what happens. You're gonna get banned from the chat. You're gonna get assassinated by someone, a warmongerer. Well, good job we don't have any broken legs after that. Thank you for being here, though, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out, vibing, lurking, chatting, whatever it is you're up to. Thank you, as always. You are a huge part of why this stream is still around, so thank you very much for being here and still supporting many of you after all these years. I very much appreciate it. To be fair, the level of resistance here is not very threatening. Now, the Twitch folks, they're nice. They're nice folks, you know. They didn't want the war in the first place. They were just minding their own business. Wait until General Bowl comes back, though. He'll kick it off again. Their leader, Bowl. He'll relight the fires of his troops. Peace-loving individuals, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the Nox count, Bob. Usually Brew's job to do that.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Indeed. Also, small thing to mention. I did mention this last stream very briefly, but I don't know who heard it. Sound alerts. I've changed the price of the sound alerts again. Why have you changed the sound alert price, Mr. Streamer? Well, they weren't really getting used, so... it's a very fine line to try and find between sound alerts, between making them actually a useful resource and not being spammed. So it's like, it's kind of hard to find the balance between the two. But they're currently sitting at 75 bits a piece, so I dropped them down by 25%. So there you go. We're running slightly cheaper sound alerts now. If anyone is glad to hear that, then there you go. Don't say I never do anything for you. Also, I did mention this last time as well, towards the end. 25th of January. It's not the exact date, because the date normally would be the 26th, but the 25th of January is going to be the affiliate anniversary stream. So keep that in mind, everybody. Mine still show 100, same. They shouldn't. 2 last time came in and did them, and they were 75. Because they've reverted back. Let me have a look at this myself. Give me a second. Let me literally open my own stream and have a look. They're going to be 75 for me, aren't they? He does nothing for us? Yeah, I do nothing for you. You're right. Fuck you guys. Fuck you all. No, they're 75 bits for me. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. They're 75 bits for me, though. I don't know. Well, I say they're 75 bits for me. They show us 75 bits for me, but I can play them an unlimited amount of times because it's free for me to do that. Because it's my own channel. But yeah. I don't know. If they're... Oh, is it because you're on mobile? It could be because you're on mobile. Might be something to do with that. There might be a tax on them. If you're on PC, though, then they should be 100. That's probably what it is. If I had to guess. Because of the silly mobile tax with, you know, Apple and Google and that taking their cut of money. I wonder if it's something to do with that. Oh, are you guys talking about channel points as well? Is that what it is? Do one of you think about channel points, not bits? Maybe as well. Is that also part of it? Oh, hold on, they are 75. Oh. Oh, what a satisfying noise. Channel points. Yeah, the channel point ones are the same. I have no reason to change the channel point ones because most of you guys have like 100k channel points and nothing to do. You have nothing to spend them on. I can't really find anything that I think's genuinely like worthwhile to run for a big channel points thing. Because 100k channel points takes a long time to get, so it's like I don't want to. I want to make sure that if I get something for you guys to spend like 100k on, it's going to be worthwhile. And I don't really know what to run for that so far. Going out for lunch? You guys want anything? Well, what type of place are you going to? We got an idea of what type of food we have to select from, or is it just we can have whatever we want? Roof cupola. That's kind of funny. Got some War Thunder terminology. A cupola, or cupola, as some people call it. What are we missing on it? Must be something in between the decorations, presumably. There we go. Channel points. Yeah, not the channel points. There's no reason for me to change the channel points. I changed the other ones, though. I changed the bits ones because they weren't really getting used anymore. It's one of those things that normally happens, which is like you sort of... you say, I'm going to change... Because I remember I said I'm going to change them to 100. And I was like, will people use them if I change them to 100? Or do people think that's too expensive? And people said, no, that's fine. We'll still use them. And then, of course, nobody used them. So now I've essentially just switched them back to the cheaper price again, because maybe people will use them now, or at least a little more than they were. Because I mean, they're there to be used, so you know. I've dropped them down again to try and get some more use out of them. Why did the pinned message just disappear as well? What? Let me pin that a third time. Misclick from one of the mods, maybe? Or a bug? How odd. And look at that, though, spinning that around. That's crazy. So the achievement that we're trying to unlock here is for doing the hatch last. The hatch is in the middle of the bandstand here. Hopefully it's going to actually pop this time, because last time we did it, it did not. So let's see. Once we finish this area in the middle, it should go. You can see it here. There's the outlines just around there. It's quite a small area. It's quite hard to spot as well. Very satisfying swirl that we're doing here. It's great, isn't it? Where are the edges? Okay, let's kind of go around the edges. Oh, Chinese buffet. Okay. I mean, you can't go wrong with some sweet and sour pork, can you? Have a cheeky bit of sweet and sour pork if that's going alright too. Cheeky bit of sweet and sour pork for me, mate. Grab a bit of that, send it across. It'll be here in about a week, and then it'll be manky by the time it gets here, but it'll be alright. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Ooh, Arch Corbel Arch. What are we missing? Let's go outside, because maybe it'll show us a different... Oh, we're missing this much on one side. Oh, that's why. The front arch we're missing is... Oh, I guess that makes sense actually as well, doesn't it? Considering its positioning. There we go. Hatch. Let's do that last. Welcome in, Nafs. Let me put Juba Life in the queue real quick. Welcome into stream. You have this game. Nice. Very fun game, I've got to say. I enjoy Power Wash very much. I quite enjoyed the first one as well. I remember playing that on stream a couple of years ago now. Yay, it worked this time. It must have been because we saved halfway through last time. So that's useful to know. If we save partway through, or at least for one where there's like a do something last, it doesn't work. So, okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. And we're going to get some like horrible long job and we're going to have to take like 2 streams to do it and we're going to miss part of it, aren't we? The Nouveau House. That's where we're going next. Look at that. I don't know what the achievement is for this one. We'll have a quick scout about when we get here and have a quick peek, see if we can figure it out. I don't know. Tell you what I've been listening to the last few days. I don't own the game. I've been listening to the Legends ZA soundtrack. I gotta say, I quite enjoy the music for that game. Especially just the regular Lumio city theme. Bit of a banger. I mean, nothing immediately stands out on this one that's like a, you know, niche feature. Sometimes you'll see something and it'll be like, yeah, this must be what the achievement is, but I have no idea on this one. Chimneys maybe? No. I don't know. I don't want to look it up, but this is a long job, isn't it? This one could take a while if we don't do it early. That's if there even is one for the Nouveau House. Should we have a look? Let's have a look at the Nouveau House. Or should we just play through and then do it anyway and see what happens? Which we could do. I don't know. Should we look it up or should we just do it? Do we make our dreams come true? Up to you. Well, that's why I asked you guys. I was hoping that someone would give me an answer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked. There actually might not even be one for this one, to be fair. No, I don't think there is. Okay, it doesn't look like there is an achievement for this one. Okay. We'll just carry on then. Hi, Shags. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Nice time to come in, Shags, as well, on the Juba Life as well. I know it's one of your favorites. Those Legends games, man. Those Pokemon Legends games got some banger music. I'm also excited for February, because I said before, my 2 cents were that in 2026 Pokemon Gen 10 would be released. That was my prediction from like a year ago or whatever. I said that 2026 was going to be the year of Generation 10 or 27, but I was kind of hedging my bets on 26. So I think come February we're going to see an announcement about Generation 10 in the Pokemon Presents in February, whenever it is. So I'm looking forward to that. I want to see if I'm right, whether Nostradamus has struck again, as I used to all those times in predicting things like Golden Charizard out of those packs. So I'm quite excited about that. Nostradamus can't miss. Wow. I did at Christmas, Shag, sadly. I predicted we were going to get some fire pulls and we got nothing. So I can miss. I got all my bad luck at once on that day. Hopefully that never happens again. How you doing there, mate? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one so far this week. It's nice to have you here as always in stream. Mod Shags. You're kind of like one of the head mods these days, Shags, I guess. I think more so just because you're a lot more available for the time when I stream than a lot of the others. So it's you've kind of taken up a lot of the responsibility there, Shags. And I appreciate that very much. I want you to know that. Not that we get too many, you know, bits of crazy shit going on in here, but it's nice to, you know, always have a mod on hand just in case anything happens. So thank you for doing what you do. And all the other mods as well, of course, but... We got a mod leaderboard? Yeah, a mod leaderboard, man. Or is that in the... Wasn't it in the Twitch recap? There's something about modding in there? That stuff? There we go. I was going to say the welcome mat hasn't been done. It's an edge piece as well. And then the house is going to reappear like nothing. You know, like it was always there to begin with. And not covered in crap dirt, whatever this stuff is. Not very nice, is it? Let's just hope there's no paint on it like the last one. That last job we did with the paint, man. Oh dear, that was a pain in the ass. Yeah, no achievement. You are indeed correct there, Naths. You're only a couple of minutes late. I already looked it up. I already looked it up just a minute ago. Thank you for looking it up, though. I appreciate the confirmation. You are indeed correct. There's now achievements in this one. I think actually by kind of pure luck, we've only actually missed, I think, one so far. Which, because I remember we looked this up last time. There was one for like a dog car that we've missed. And it was just something like cover the entire thing in soap. I think that's like the only one we've missed so far. Everything else we seem to have gotten by luck or, you know, judgment. That rusty? No? Okay, that's good. I'm so glad that it's not rusty, rusty poles again, man. Those were... The rust on that gas station job was unforgivable, quite frankly. I had traumatic dreams about that. Night terrors about that rust. Pro snowball at mod, that's what I think of your authority. I mean, they can just remove you from the stream, Bob, to be fair. You can defy them all you want, but if they chose to ban you, Bob, you couldn't even watch the stream anymore. Because I've got that evil setting switched on, where if anyone ever gets banned, they can't even see the screen anymore. It just blacks the stream out. It's quite funny. I've previously proposed this, which I think Twitch should adopt, which I said that if you ever get banned in a stream, you should permanently, if you ever go into that stream, because you know you get some of those people that are a little bit strange, where they'll get banned from somewhere and they'll still watch them, and it's just kind of a bit weird. When people do that, I think they should just, instead of being able to watch the stream, you should have the option to put them in permanent ad purgatory, where they just permanently get shown ads. Would that not be a great idea? Tell me that's not a brilliant idea. You get banned in a stream, you just get permanently stuck in a loop of ads. Except every time it tells you that they're only 30 seconds long, so they think that they're going to escape the ads, you know, ad turmoil, only for another ad to start every time the previous one finishes. So it's like, oh, it's only 30 seconds and I'll get to watch my stream again, and then just another ad starts. And they just permanently stuck in that. Never able to escape unless they get unbanned. Be great, wouldn't it? Actually, no, it isn't. It wouldn't be that great. It'd be too abusable. Now I think about it, because couldn't you just, if you did that, couldn't you just make an alt account, ban your own alt account in your own stream, and then just permanently have it farming ads on the channel? You could set up, you know, like the crypto miners. You could just set up like a set of like Twitch ad revenue miners by just banning your own accounts and then just having them farm ad revenue. That's actually a brilliant idea. That's why they'd never implement it. Damn. I've come up with a scheme that's too good. That's a very devious thing to do, though, isn't it? It would better work well if you did that. You'd get 5 cents an hour. It'd be crazy. You imagine that? That much money. It'd be wild, man. Checking everything to be safe? Yeah, yeah. You are more than entitled to check everything, of course, to be safe. I say I did have a look, though. I have a sheet with all of the achievements on just to be sure. Nox is onto something. About what? Farming ad revenue on your own channel, or about banning people and sticking them in ad purgatory? Both are equally good ideas, to be fair. I'm sure one of them's against Twitch TOS. I bet they'd add a TOS thing that'd ban you if you did that. If you if they detected that the accounts that you banned in your own stream had your own IP address or something. Then again, I always find that rule a bit stupid, because Twitch, you know, if you have something like that where it say, like, you get IP banned, who's to say it wasn't your brother's account or something who got banned, you know? You could ban people from your stream that weren't you. They could just be on the same IP address as you because they lived in the same house, you know? Miss the bridge we painted? Oh, don't remind me of that bridge. Gonna have to chase me to YouTube then? Alright. That would be a good idea. We're at 8 likes or something already, 9 likes, so bloody great time on the YouTube today so far. Thank you very much, everybody, for going over there and doing that. I appreciate it a great deal. That's someone's hell. Knocks onto something. I think it'd be a great idea. Yeah. I'm gonna be back in a minute though. Enjoy your own ads, non-subs, and enjoy the experience of what those people would get in ad purgatory. I'll be back in just a few. BRB. Right, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. And I bring a treat. Well, for myself, not for you. I've got a mini celebration Snickers bar. It's about 1 inch long. So by that logic, it's about as tall as that person who used to get insecure about their height in stream. Who am I kidding? They unfollowed years ago. I still talk about it though because it makes me laugh. Right. Don't feel sorry for that person either, by the way. Anyone who's like, man, that's a mean thing to do. Don't feel sorry for them. They're one of those typical, like, Chad types who just fucking brags about shit all the time. So it's quite funny that they're insecure about their height. And they used to get really bent out of shape whenever I mentioned that I was over 6 foot. If you're that fragile that a streamer mentioning their height sets you off into like a fucking traumatic spiral, then you need help, man. Oh, we can actually get an achievement here as well, I just realised. Because there's a gnome. There's a random achievement where if we put a gnome on a scissor lift and then put it up to the maximum height. I remember seeing this one when I was looking through before. We get an achievement for that. So, let's do it. I think this one's a bit more stable than the other one was. Remember in the other game? Oh, it didn't pop. Is there one in the thing? Yes. Achievement unlocked. I will leave him up here so he can't get down. Trophy plus, please. As I eat my mini Snickers. Celebrations is part of a traditional thing that people have over here in the UK at Christmas, which are these little boxes of chocolates. They used to be metal tins, but they stopped making them in that, so they do them in like plastic tubs now. They're kind of like the equivalent of like Halloween fun size like mini chocolate bars, and they'll have like a big old tub of them, and it's like a selection of stuff. Celebrations is the Mars equivalent. So it has Mars bars, Snickers, Twixes, Maltesers, Galaxy in there as well. And then it has Bounty, but nobody likes Bounty, so it can go fuck itself, quite frankly. Do you know what annoys me about Bounty as a chocolate bar? I mean, it's coconut, so I don't like it. So, I mean, that annoys me in itself. But it's... Bounty is really unpopular, and nobody likes Bounty, right? There's very few people that actually like it, and everyone talks about how shite it is all the time, right? They removed Bounties from that box a few years ago. The one that was unpopular and nobody wanted, and people moaned like hell. And it's like... For years, you people have said this is the worst one and nobody wants it. And then they actually remove it and then you complain. What's wrong with you? I'm 6'2", you're the bane of my existence. Like, huh? Honestly, it was like that, though. Genuinely, that person... So, the person... Essentially, I'll give you the backstory of that person, right? They came into stream once. They came from somewhere else. They came from another community. At least that's where they first came into the stream from. I think they got raided in one time. I'm not saying you know, oh, it came from this other person, so it's their fault. No, it's just the person's, you know, the actual person themselves. Not the streamer. The guy was something. So the geezer comes in from this other stream and kind of, you know, starts being relatively chill in stream and being a normal person and kind of follows the same pattern that I've said many a time that happens with a lot of people on Twitch, weirdly, which is they start off absolutely fine, and then I don't know what happens, but it's like someone flips a switch in them and they go from like absolutely fine to bits of a cunt in chat within about 5 minutes. Now, banned. And so, damn. Hang on a minute. Side note on the story there. Dark Alienation. If you're going to actually come in and drop a bot link, at least don't put the link in where it gets auto-modded, you absolute fucking moron. You can't even bot properly. What the fuck is wrong with you? My dude. Come on now. If you're going to try and drop bot links in the chat, at least don't have them as a link. Have the you know, remove the space. What an absolute muppet. You can't even bot properly, you absolute fucking clown. No wonder you're resorting to botting, because you think people are that stupid. Anyway. Yeah, this person was like fairly normal, came in, always kind of seemed fine, you know, seemed fine in the stream, no, not a problem. They were a normal person, you know, normal chap. Used to come in and chat about stuff and whatever. And they were, they had a girlfriend that he used to talk about every now and again, and, you know, it's fairly normal. I remember one day they came in, and, they were always kind of like a little bit... They were kind of one of those people who like to talk about the stuff that they did a little bit, you know. Maybe they're a bit narcissistic, I don't know. And so they used to kind of love talking about what they did a little bit and about their job and stuff, but not in like a necessarily in a it always came off in a kind of like look at me, I'm so good kind of way. But just they used to do it a lot, and they used to talk about their girlfriend all the time and whatnot. And then one day they came in, they said that they ended up breaking up with their girlfriend, right? And then like about 2 days later, they said they were already dating someone else. So, I mean, you know, you do you, but that kind of, I don't know, that's a bit of a red flag if you ask me. And so that guy was, you know, talking about all this stuff. Ever since this dude's girlfriend broke up with him, man, he went like absolutely crazy and then turned into this weird like gym bro dude who used to just always talk about how much he was lifting. Like every time he came into stream, he used to kind of like weirdly come in to try and flex about how much he was lifting. And then he'd go on about how much money he was making from his job. And he essentially turned from like normal person to Andrew Tate within about 2 weeks. And then all he started doing was talking about lifting, you know, picking up women, lifting, and then making money. And it was just like, cool. All right, you seem like a bit of a twat now, but okay. And so he was like one of these proper like alpha male, like, yeah, I talk about weights and how much I bench and my personal best at the gym and talking about fucking protein shakes and shit constantly, right? And then one day the guy comes in and we're talking about something, and I don't even know what, it was just a random thing. You know, we were talking about something, and I think someone was talking about their height, and I said like, oh yeah, you know, I think maybe this was a long time ago. I think I was trying to think what this was the other day. I think it was a we were having a conversation about flying. This wasn't like when I was going to go to America or anything like that. I think this was years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And we were having a conversation about flying, I think. And I said like, oh, you know, I hate flying because I'm quite tall, so I always have to take an aisle seat, otherwise it's really uncomfortable. I think maybe that person, I seem to remember that person saying that they flew a bit for their job. Where I think at one point they ended up going on like a kind of like work vacation to Mexico or something to do something. And we were just kind of talking about that, where I was like, yeah, you know, it's kind of cool, but I always hate flying because of that. I also hate it now because apparently if I get a free upgrade, I'm going to get paranoid about being stuck next to a band of children, but we'll see. We'll see next time if when I fly again. But yeah, so this person was talking about that, and I said, oh, you know, it's always a struggle for me because I'm tall, so I always kind of struggle with plane seats. And I seem to remember them asking how tall I was, and I said, oh yeah, I'm just 6'2", not that tall though, but like tall enough where it's a problem at places like that. And I just remember just the visceral reaction from this guy, where all of a sudden they were just like, oh, only 6'2", you say? Oh, some of us aren't that lucky. I was just like, all right. I was like, all right, buddy, it's not that deep. It's just talking about height, isn't it? It's not that crazy. And he just got like really defensive all of a sudden about being like, yeah, well, I'm only like 5'3", because you should be lucky that you're 6'2". And I was just like, all right, my guy, fucking this, you know. And then I realized, I was like, this guy's super insecure about this, obviously, where they're like ultra giga chad, but apparently they're just really insecure about their height. So I thought, you know, me being me, I'll dig the nail, you know, I'll dig, you know, hammer the nails in further. So I started just kind of like, every time they came into stream after that, I'd somehow bring up either the word short, or I would start finding a way of segueing into talking about the fact that I was 6'2". Every time they came into stream, I would just segue something in, and it was just like they didn't notice for years. So I just used to have this little fun game. Oreo knew about it as well, where she would also kind of try and do the same thing, where we would just kind of joke about it, and if she was there as well, she'd do the same thing. But we just try and bring it up every time, and it just became this like fun little game of this guy came in every time, who, you know, at that point, both of us just kind of had no interest in talking to because he'd just become a bit of a twat. But it was just funny bringing it up every time. It was like our little game of how many times can we bring up this guy's height before he actually says anything. And he never did. He came back into stream. I remember he'd been gone for months and months. He was probably making money, you know, picking up women and going to the gym, as he does every day, of course. I'm sure he was just too busy with that. And we hadn't seen him in like a year, and he came back in when I was playing War Thunder not that long ago. Although when I say that, honestly, at this point, everything's a blur, so that could have been like 6, 8 months ago. I think it was summer last year. I get the feeling I maybe had come back from vacation, but I don't know. And he randomly came into stream once, said about 3 things to me, and I kind of like made one of those short jokes, and then never saw him ever again. And then the other day I was randomly doing something else and I saw his name pop up, and I think I was going through Discord doing something. I saw he'd left the Discord and I was like, oh, that's kind of crazy. So I went and looked on Twitch just to go and see if he was still on there, and I saw he'd unfollowed. I was like, oh, damn, that's a shame. Lost a valuable member of the stream community there. Yeah, that guy was a bit fucking mental. His ex dodged a bullet, possibly literally. Yeah, he seemed like a real barrel of laughs, man. Would you want to be in a relationship with someone like that? Who is all of a sudden, all he starts going on about is weightlifting, money, and picking up women. You know, that was like his entire personality at that point. And then flexing how much money he made at his job, apparently. That's the thing, though, with all this stuff, isn't it? Is I am honestly inclined to believe that, like, most of that stuff, well, no, actually, I was gonna say what I actually suspect is a lot of that stuff's bullshit. I actually don't necessarily think it is. I think what a lot of that stuff is that guy is genuinely insecure about all that stuff, because even though he apparently has it all from the outside, he's still, you know, it's still not enough. Still isn't actually fulfilled in life. Hence the having to tell everybody else about it, and then when someone says something that's not like, you know, one-ups the guy for once, he's finally like, well, I can't handle this. This is impossible. Someone's taller than me. We lost a short king. Alright, so it was such a shame, man. It was such a shame that we lost him, I gotta say. Nothing to do with the fact he was a short king. You know, your height doesn't really matter in the stream. Just lie about it, I guess. But, yeah, that guy is, like, personality-wise, man, that guy was something. Still respect our 4-9 kings. Oh yeah, nothing against the short folks. Just to point out as well, the reason that I made the jokes and stuff wasn't because the guy was short, it was because he was an asshole. And the fact that he showed an element of weakness in the stream, so I decided to exploit that greatly, because it would be hilarious if I did. And it turned out to be just as funny as I hoped it would be. But if you're going to come in and be one of those people, and there's been a number of them over the years that have come into stream, one of those people who just all of a sudden goes from pretty normal person, if not nice person in the stream, to only wants to talk about themselves, and that's literally all they ever do, and then just kind of flexes everything they ever do on everybody in some attempts to seem like some big shot. Yeah, you're not going to last too long here. You know? Especially if people who do that don't listen as well. Because the thing is, I learned from those experiences of people doing certain things or being a certain way, right? Hence why the last time we had this, not that long ago, when we had to deal with Mr. Lawsuit, as I'm going to refer to him for today, when Mr. Lawsuit was talking about how many million that he'd made from his special lawsuit from his car accident he'd had, and kept going on about it like every other week after I told him to shut the fuck up about it, that obviously led to a fairly rapid decline in my liking for said individual. Because at the end of the day, if you don't want to respect what I've said to you, then fuck off. Leave the stream. You know? That one pissed me off more because that person in particular, who loved talking about how many million they'd made from this lawsuit thing, or this insurance claim even, But this person in particular, when I went on a 15-minute rant about them doing it, about talking about how much money they were going to have afterwards, literally left about 5 seconds after coming in just to say, guys, I get my X amount of money next week, or whatever it was. And I went on a rant about it and told them to stop fucking talking about money in the stream because it's all they ever did. And then they left before I'd even started the rant. So when they came into stream the next day or next week, whatever it was, and I said, yeah, the rest of the other stream was annoying because I was fucking fuming because of you. And they went, I don't understand. What do you mean? They essentially at that point had sealed their fate within the stream. I don't know what it is, man. It's like the amount of people that come into a stream, specifically mine, I can't really say much about like other people's because I don't know how other people view it, but like the amount of people that come into a stream seem initially very cool, and then you go, oh, this person's pretty good, and then after about like a month, they just turn into the biggest cunts on the planet. I don't know what the problem is. Why? I guess it's kind of like they've infiltrated the place. They're like, right, I can let the guard down now and become myself, and then it turns out that the reason that when they become themselves, their version of themselves isn't quite as good as the version that they presented themselves as. And also, I mean, it's just a thing of respect in a lot of cases, where if you can't respect the rules of the place that you're in, then you aren't going to exist here. Like, if I tell someone not to do something multiple times within the space of, like, a month, and they just keep doing it, like, you're gonna just wear my patience down very quickly. You know? People talk about the loneliness epidemic. Well, that dude deserves to be alone until he learns to be a proper human. Honestly, man. Honestly. And that's not in like a mean way either, but like from the side of things, it's like people don't deserve to get stuck with someone like that. Like, whoever his girlfriend was, you kind of feel sorry for him if that's what he was actually like behind closed doors, man. How miserable must it be to live a life with someone like that? I mean, unless you really like those types of people, which I can't really imagine who would, because the guy was just an asshole, but like, you kind of feel sorry for him, you know? Like, it can't have been a fun time living with that guy. What is that sunroof made of? How have you not cartoonishly falling through it? It looks like colored, kind of frosted glass, but it's hard to tell. I think it's like stained kind of colored glass. But yeah, no, it is pretty. It's pretty strong though, from the fact that we just jumped off a ledge on top of it and it didn't even make a noise. We're like we got like silent drop, you know. We're very sneaky. We're doing that old school siege silent drop where if you proned right as you're about to hit the ground, you made no noise. You could just sneak in through hatches and people wouldn't know you were there. That's such a stupid bug. It's kind of funny when someone just YOLOs the entire enemy team by dropping through a hatch, but it was a bit annoying when it happened to your team, I must say. Dudes are not entitled to a girlfriend, that's it. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. The loneliness thing is quite an interesting topic because there are a lot of people out there who feel that, you know, feel those feelings about it, and I empathize with a lot of those people because a lot of them are just kind of, I mean, when it comes to certain things, there are a lot of people who are just genuinely decent people who just never get a chance because of, you know, well, some of it's just they're looking for the wrong demographic of people, right? Aren't they? I think there's kind of become this weird, like, there's become this weird fascination over the last few years of, I say fascination, this weird culture these days that has become like every single person in the world, like dude or woman at this point, or in between, I guess, seems to want like Instagram model level partners, and it's like that's what they want, even if they're like very much just an average person. And the reality of the situation is that those type of people don't tend to get with average people, they also get with Instagram model level people. And so some people kind of do it to themselves because they just shoot way too high. And they don't actually look for people that are kind of like genuinely good people who they might have a very enjoyable time with. They just go, I want Instagram OF model level person. Haha. And it's like, unfortunately, my guy, that ain't ever gonna fucking happen. I hate to break it to you. That's not how this works. Especially because some of those people, I'm sure most of them, you know, some of them are great people. Some of them are as dull as a fucking doorknob, man, I'd imagine. Because their entire personality is being an Instagram model and they have literally nothing else redeeming about them. Some of them, I'm sure, not all of them, as I say. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the sort of weird fascination has become over the last... recently. Maybe some of it's just kind of the general social media effect. But where people now are just, like... it's either supermodel or bust when it comes to, like, people that they want to date. And it's like, well... maybe you should just find someone who you enjoy spending time with rather than you enjoy looking at necessarily as the first thing you think of. You know? Because, like, one of the things with me, right? My last situation, last relationship that I was in. Before anything else ever happened, me and said individual became very good friends. And then from there, we realized that we actually just quite liked spending time with each other and would quite like to spend more time with each other. And then we did. And then kind of over time, it became one of those things. I'm not necessarily someone who looks... I'm a bit of a weird person in this regard. And I don't necessarily go out of my way looking at people and thinking, wow, they look great. I'm just kind of don't really do that. A lot of dudes, you know, they'll kind of walk down the street and they'll just be like, wow, look at that person. I just kind of don't do that. I just don't really look at people in that way. I don't... it sounds like one of those weird kind of like high and mighty opinions. I don't like judge people's attractiveness by just looking at them. Walking down the street and things like that. I just... my brain is kind of wired in a way where I just don't even kind of think about that shit, really. The only way that that ever, like, creeps into my brain is if I actually gel with someone enough to be like, this person's pretty cool, you know? And then kind of, like, it opens up the door where it's like, no, I kind of like this person, you know? So I don't really, like, look at things from that perspective. So I kind of tend to enjoy you know, if I ever, like, get on with someone really well, kind of the same way that it becomes the process of making friends. I get on with someone really well and enjoy their personality, and then the other stuff comes afterwards, if I do go that way with someone, you know? I think a lot of people these days go the opposite way around, where they just go, I want someone who's super hot, man. And it's like, yeah, but if you fucking hate them, then, or they're boring as fuck, then are you really gonna want to spend your life with them? The only way to solve the male loneliness epidemic is they start treating women like actual people, but that's too hard. It isn't string-free. That's the thing. I think it's a mix of two things, right? Because you do get some people that do treat them right. Absolutely. There are a lot of people who don't, right? Let's be honest. There are a lot of dudes who are just kind of like fucking mental these days on the internet and do it to themselves, as I say. There are a lot of just generally normal, average dudes out there, though, who just don't really get a chance these days. And I think some of that is just because of the way that society and stuff views those types of things these days. And it's become a bit of a shithole trying to date people. I haven't dated for a long time, but when it came to that type of stuff, you know, it was always kind of a bit of a mess. And if ever I hear about it with people, it's always a bit of a shit show. But it's kind of like, I don't know. I think people just need to kind of reframe what they're actually doing, I think, when it comes to that side of things a lot of the time. Rather than just... what's the word? Thinking with their eyes, I guess. And that's all to say as well. I realize the way I frame that probably makes it seem like... the way I frame that as well and the way I see it, just to point that out, not that they'll, you know, ever hear this to me saying it. What I'm not saying is that you should just purely find anybody that you, you know, ever find and not care anything about it whatsoever, because, I mean, you know, let's be real. People are attracted to people based upon the way that they look, right? And in my case, in my previous one, I was as well. So I'm not saying that I thought, thought my previous relationship was terrible or anything like that, alright? I just want to point that out. It made it sound worse the way I described that a minute ago, but no, it was what my general point was, that like that kind of stuff came afterwards rather than me just immediately seeing this person and being like, oh my god, you know. It was kind of like I like to think of the way that I describe it is when I really gel with someone, you fall in love with their personality and then the other stuff comes afterwards. And that's what happened with me. I thought they were great, and then afterwards I was like, you know what, I kind of like this person. Yeah. I think a lot of people, though, don't do that. They just kind of use their eyes and go, wow, this person's, like, insane. And then they realize that those people are actually not all that great a lot of the time. I don't know. It's a weird subject, though, isn't it? I feel like everyone also has a different opinion on those types of things. So my 2 cents is not worth any more than 2 cents in comparison to anyone else's, you know? But my general consensus on it is that it's like, I feel like people should enjoy spending time with people rather than just looking at them. Because again, if you have a strong amount of hatred for someone, you're never really going to last with wanting to spend your entire life with them now, are you? Exactly what you said. Absolutely marry women who don't... many women don't get a chance either. We've become even more shallow and shitty living beside social media. Yeah. There's a lot of, like... I've got to be careful the way I use this term. Traditionally average-looking women, if you will. You know what I mean? Just your normal person who is, by conventional standards of the modern world, just an average person. In the same way that it is with the dudes, just doesn't really get a look in these days, because you get a lot of people who are just like supermodel or bust, as I say, and it's just weird. I don't understand the weird mentality around that. I think some of it, honestly, genuinely, if I have to guess where some of it comes from, I think some of it just comes from the weird flexing mentality of people on the internet these days, where people just want to go on their Instagram, post a picture and be like, look at my supermodel girlfriend, bruh. And that's literally like 90% of why they want certain people in their lives. So they can like flex to their fucking mates on Instagram about it and try and grow a following of people that just simp for their girlfriend, I guess. I don't know. What they're just going to do is get a load of thirsty dudes in their comments constantly. It's weird, man. I don't get it. Also, attractiveness doesn't need to be a universal Instagram standard. People need to allow themselves to like whatever they want. Exactly. I also think, as I said, I think it's more important to like people's personalities as well. I know this is one of those things that everybody says. I think it's genuinely more important to like someone's personality than to find them attractive in a way, because the personality is the thing that you're spending all the time with, right? If you don't gel with someone as a person, then you're kind of fucked at that point. You know? Like, you need to have people that are like... I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't even know what I'm talking about, man. I'm probably not the person to talk on this subject about, because I'm not exactly like Mr. fucking... Mr. Dating Guru over here, but you know what I mean? I just think a lot of people, like, end up... They go in with the wrong parameters, I think. You know? If we roll it back to that dude that we were talking about earlier, Mr. Gym Rat, who talked about how much money he made every 2 seconds. With that dude, the thing you got to look at with him is, if he was dating this person who was his girlfriend and he talked about how he thought they were great all the time, right? Because I remember there was once where he came into chat and he said that they were out doing like errands or something, and she'd gone into a store and he was waiting in the car, right? And he just came to Twitch chat and was talking to us, and he was like hardcore simping about his girlfriend in the chat, which not in a bad way when I say that. The guy was kind of like, oh my gosh, she's so great and I love her, and oh, it's so amazing, right? And it was kind of endearing in a way where you're like, oh my god, this guy's like going crazy about his girlfriend in the Twitch chat. She's never going to see it, but he's kind of like gushing about her, and it was kind of funny. And you have that, and then all of a sudden, like a week, 2 weeks later, he's like, yeah, we've broken up and I'm already dating someone else. It's like, how much of that was actually real then? Or was you just kind of saying that for the sake of it, man? Because I don't see... If people really, really gave a shit... Like, if that guy really gave a shit and meant all the stuff he said, surely you wouldn't get over that in less than a week and be dating someone else. Right? If it really meant something... I don't think you'd be over someone that quickly to the point where you're already dating someone else. Or it suggests to me that you were already talking to someone else in the background and you were kind of just lining them up in case, you know? I don't know, man. I don't know. So, like, there's also that, right? If you get people who are, like, get stuck in situations like that, and then they have people that are just... They get together with people who are just very much, like... I don't know. I don't even know how you describe that. But you get people who just kind of don't... I don't know how to engage with those types of things, or just do things because they think that that's what people are supposed to do and not because that's what's actually should be done. I don't know. You know what I should do? I think we should do like marriage counseling streams. We should actually just bring people in that are like, just do like marriage counseling on stream. I should just become a marriage counselor even though I know nothing about it. Wouldn't that be great? Could you imagine that, man? I just teach people common sense and then they sort their own problems out, you know? Unless he was already cheating. Maybe. I mean, maybe he was just compensating, man. He was actually already cheating on that, you know, that poor girl. But at the same time, while doing it, he was, like, gushing about him in Twitch chat to try and cover it up. Because, well, but see, though, this is what kind of thing. That's not that... It's actually quite a plausible thing, though, Shags. Because maybe it's just me thinking into it a little too much. And we're doing a deep dive on this, delving into it. If you're that dude, though, and you're super insecure about your height and being very, like, paranoid about it all the time, maybe that was why he said all the stuff he did about the girlfriend in the Twitch chat, you know? Because he's kind of like, oh, well, if she sees this, I want to make it look like I really like this person. And he's kind of like almost trying to convince himself that that's what he thought. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know, isn't it? But it's kind of like when you see the guy's other actions, it does make you think, I wonder if that was actually all just for show or if he actually believed that stuff. Because for me, and again, everyone's different, if you actually believed that stuff and you actually genuinely had someone that you were there with and you thought that you actually loved them, I don't think within the space of like 2 weeks you're gonna suddenly be like, yeah, I've already been on like 3 dates and I found this other person who I'm dating. That just feels a bit meh to me, you know? That doesn't feel right. Almost feels a little bit like someone's bullshitting. I mean, maybe he was lying about that part and it was just part of his like weird flex shit where he was like, yeah, I'm such a fucking Chad, I could pick up a new girlfriend in a week. Yeah. Maybe that was it, and that was all bullshit in itself. Maybe his girlfriend didn't exist in the first place. Maybe he was just alone the entire time. But in which case, he's doing it wrong, if that's what the guy was doing. Who knows? Yeah, don't be like that guy, though. That's all I can say. I know none of you in here are like that, but don't be like that guy. And if you do ever find someone that you, you know, you gel with that well to the point where you go, man, I want to spend my whole life with that person. Hold on to that person. Let them know that you feel that way. Everybody just wants to know that the person that they, you know, spend a lot of their time with actually likes them quite a lot. So there you go. That's all a lot of people want in their lives, really, isn't it? It's for someone to tell them that they actually, or to feel loved. That's what people want. That was a long chat there as well. Let me just catch up on the stuff. You don't move on from some of that first. I suspect foul play. Yeah, I think there's something else going on there, wasn't there? I, for one, have not recovered from the emotional fallout from my last relationship. I'm trying to think about me. For myself, I'm in like a weird spot when it comes to me, I think. Because I kind of am, but I'm also not, in a way. I don't know. Mine's kind of a weird one. Because a lot of my stuff kind of, you know, went away a long time ago now. It's been like a year and a half since I was last involved in that type of stuff. So it was a long time ago. I still think about it from time to time, and I go, man, I kind of miss that. But like 90% of me has kind of just like moved on past it, or past that time period, you know. But I very much, I will say though, Nitty, I kind of felt the same way you did for a long time as well. I said Fallout laugh. Hang on. There you go. I kind of felt the same way for a long time though, where it did a lot of damage to me when I when that happened, and it took me a long time to kind of like get back to an even kilter again. See the weird fucking pink squishy thing in your skull? Fucking use it. Yeah. Sounds like Chef Ramsay, that one, isn't it? Smooth chicken breast looking thing inside the skull? That one, yeah. Is the girlfriend in the room with us right now? What? What are you on about, Nitty? You talking about that guy's girlfriend, you mean? Could you imagine if that guy's girlfriend that he was talking about was it part of the community the entire time? Nobody knew. How crazy that would be. I give the Wales Redeem tour as well. I'll go into Welsh mode. We're in a sort of serious chat at the moment, serious conversation, but we'll go Welsh for it, shall we? In case you ever are that guy, don't. Yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong there, Shanks, mate. Don't be that guy. A little sip of me drink in the background, like. Yeah, what do you mean, Nitty? What when you say about the girlfriend? You mean the guy's girlfriend? You mean? The guy who is no longer with us. Not because he's dead, he's just not part of the community anymore. Thankfully. The thing is as well, it's just like there are people like that who you can tolerate, and then there's people who kind of like, you just kind of go, oh fucking hell, he's back, you know? He might be. Well, we don't know. We haven't seen him. Maybe R.I.P. man. Maybe R.I.P. Maybe something happened, man. Maybe in an accident at the gym. Maybe if he was taller, it wouldn't have happened, you know? He got decapitated by a flying dumbbell or something. But if he was taller, it would have hit him in the chest. Maybe that's... Man, if only he was 6'2" instead of 5 foot, whatever he was. Again, when I say that, I'm poking fun at the guys specifically, not people who are short in general, right? So if anyone's actually a shorter person in here, don't feel bad, I'm not making fun of you. I think there's nothing wrong with you at all. I'm just memeing specifically on that guy in the situation. Nigel's sure he is as well. It's more a reference to the is the... Oh, I see. I see. I was going to say, I thought you come up with a conspiracy then, Nifty, that the entire time the girlfriend of that guy had infiltrated the community. Can you imagine if you just get to their first time chatter, just goes, yeah, that guy was the worst. I hated him. You're like, wait a minute. What? Turns out they were here the whole time. It was actually Shags. Shags has been impersonating a bloke from the opposite side of the world the entire time. He was the girlfriend. That's how the guy found the stream. Maybe that was it, you know? Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, I don't know. Some people probably think it's mean to, you know, make fun or make light of people who used to be part of the community, but I kind of usually will use it as an experience to talk about what not to do, right? You know, I use it as an experience to talk about what you should and shouldn't do, and a lot of the people who kind of exile themselves or get exiled from the community are just the wrong kind of people to follow as role models, I think. They just kind of... sometimes you just got to think, man, you're doing it wrong. Probably fuming at us in his alt account from the 6th circle of hell. Hey, maybe he is, man. Maybe he is. Oh, that reminds me. Fucking hell. I remember now. Years ago. This was a couple of years ago. I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was when he was still around. I remember I was in Oreo's stream once, and we were talking about something. Someone was talking about height in the stream. The guy wasn't there, but someone in the stream was talking about their height. And I think they were making jokes about it. They were saying they were like 10 foot tall or something. And I said, I think one of us, me or Oreo, one of the two, came up with the idea where we said, oh, and we talked about the guy. And we said we should make an alt account that just talks about people's height. It should just be like, I'm 6'5" or something. That should be the name of the account. And then when the guy came into stream, we should go onto the account just to wind him up. And I remember, because she was streaming, I think. I'm pretty sure she was streaming. I made an account that was called, like, I'm 6'3" or something. I don't know what happened to it, because it was probably one of those ones I signed into once, did it for the meme, and then forgot it ever existed. So I have no idea where it is or what the password is for it or anything. But I just had a sort of repressed memory about that for a second. So I had that. I actually made that account where it was just like, you know, I'm 6'4" or whatever it was. And I was going to bring it out one day when that guy appeared, but I never had a chance, to be fair. He was probably too busy, you know, dating half of the country where he lives or whatever. You know what he's like. Little player, that fella. Almost 40 centimeters shorter than Nox, and I think that's beautiful. Do you? Do you? Do you know what? Do you want to know kind of a funny thing, actually? You know, I've talked about this a lot. You know, I've talked about the story of when I went to America and I got soaked in the denim jacket because the rain was pissing it down on my head and all that. One of the other things that happened that's kind of a funny thing when I met Oreo for the first time. Because, of course, I've obviously seen her before because we video called loads of times, but I'd obviously never met her in person. So, when we met up and she came to pick me up, I was like, oh, where are you? I'm stood out here in the bloody rain. I'm getting soaked. It's awful. She was like, right, I'll come and find you, right? So she got out of the car and came walking down the like, footpath to try and find me. And it was in, like, the sort of shitty rain. It was dark. It was wet. I didn't know what was going on. And I just saw this sort of shadowy figure walk around the corner in a black hoodie. And my first thought, and I've said this to her as well, is she's only 5'1", so she's quite a small person, right? And my first thought while I was there, genuinely, is I saw this person walking towards me, and I was just like, God, they're fucking small, aren't they? And then I just thought, oh yeah, she's only 5'1", isn't she? That's might be her. But that was my first thought, is I was just sat there going, fucking hell, that was small. And then I was like, oh yeah, it is. And then, the rest was history. But it was quite funny. That was a weird day, man. That first day when I arrived in America was something. It was something, I'll tell you that. What a trip that was, though. Banger, man. Absolute banger, that was. Phenomenal it was, man. Bloody brilliant. Yeah, I remember thinking, I was like, oh, they're a bit small. And then I remembered that the small creature walking towards me was probably her. And then we met up and she kidnapped me for 2 weeks and I was locked in a basement. So that's the actual story. Locked in the basement for 2 weeks, and then I managed to escape. I chiseled my way out with some plastic cutlery, and then I was able to dig out through the basement. That's how I got away. That's my story. What are we missing here? You know what? Oh, it's the base. I see, it's the base. Side gable isn't done either, is it? Have we not done the side gable yet? How is that not finished? Unbelievable, that is. What part of the gable is not done? Well, all of it now. Because it's all bloody done, isn't it? Bloke was on the next installer of Destroyed in small shadowy figure approaches. Yeah, honestly it was, mate. Best way I've seen someone been cut down to size for bragging about their height was, I didn't know shit could pile that high. You're gonna have a laugh track for that one. That's quite, I quite like that line. I didn't know shit could pile that high. Oh, I love that. I didn't. That was my uncle's childhood friend from church. That's such a good line. I love that. Oh man. Yeah, no, I remember that was the first thing that happened when I got to America. Was I thought, who's this small person approaching me? And then we had a moment where I was kind of like, oh shit, you're actually real. And she was like, oh shit. It was like the Spider-Man meme. We were just pointing at each other being like, you're actually real. And we were like, oh yeah. I'm not actually, you know, some Nigerian prince. And then, yeah, the rest was history. I had a cheeky little hug. And then, you know, I was towering over her. And then, I was like, right, let's fuck off out of the airport and get out of the rain, shall we? Because I don't fancy getting soaked. So then we went home. We were actually supposed to get Waffle House on the first day. That was the original plan, but I didn't feel like eating because, you know, I'd been traveling for 9 hours or whatever it was, and I didn't really fancy it. I'd also had a meal on the plane, so I was a bit like, you know, meh. Man was force-fed donuts. I was, man. Force-fed bloody donuts, I was. It was horrible. That was a great stream. I said this the other day. We were talking about this where we, you know, or I asked you guys what your favorite moment of 2025 stream was. I stand by the fact that I think that was probably one of my favorite moments of the 2025 streams was the IRL collab stream. That was really cool. It's a shame, though, as I said, that there's actually no remnants of that anymore because it wasn't clipped or saved, I don't think. So I don't think there's no version of that out there anymore, sadly. I don't know if you could access it anywhere, if you could use the old, you know, like internet time machine thing where you can go back to previous stuff. I don't know if you could see it, but yeah, it's kind of a shame that stream's gone now because that was quite fun, that one. That's a savage one. Yeah, that was good. That's a good insult. I'll give it that. Didn't know shit piled that high. What a line. What do we got next? The airship. Lovely. Oh my god, that looks huge. Do we have an airship achievement? Have a look, shall we? Airship. No. Funhouse, car and trailer. Rock climbing park. Oh god, that sounds horrible. There's the dog cart. Roller disco. Solar system. Oh my god, we're cleaning planets. Shopping mall. Town floats. Circle stones. Temple. Mini roller coaster. Funhouse. Motel, theater, and campsite. We might have done the campsite actually already now I think about it. Worst that could happen was they were here to harvest your organs. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, to be honest with you. That was the risk I took. I might have had my kidneys stolen while I was there. I still wouldn't know anyway. Maybe it happened while I was asleep one night. I just got anesthetic and had my kidneys stolen. I wouldn't know. Yeah, no, that was a good time of vacation. I enjoyed that very much. Hopefully I can go back and do something similar one day. That'd be nice. Do another IRL collab stream. For all of you lot at home. I know you lot enjoyed it. It was a good one, wasn't it? That was a fun time. It was fun in spite of you both dying from those donuts and the chicken sandwiches. Oh man, I felt foul after that. I'll be honest with you. It was great at the time, don't get me wrong. The food was It was bloody lovely, man. Those donuts were nice. We did also make the we had the problem doing that one of I'm gonna switch back to normal voice now because I think it's been over 5 minutes. The problem we had was there was that sticky buns donut that we had last that was so rich. It's like we'd already eaten all of the bits of the other donuts, and man, that nearly did me in. That sticky buns donut, dude, was it was lethal. Absolutely lethal. It was nice, but after eating all the rest of them, man, I couldn't stomach it. It nearly made me throw up on stream. Like I was close. I wasn't exaggerating that as well, just so everybody knows. That wasn't like I was just doing that for stream. I felt genuinely like I was about to throw up at any minute. I felt terrible. I was just there like, oh god, if I move too quick, I'm actually going to be sick on stream. It's like, god, this is not how I planned this. Food was great though. I enjoyed that a lot. The donuts were very nice. Some of those donuts, man. I miss some of that stuff though from while I was over there. I'm like, man, I wish I could just go grab some more of that. But there's a bunch of stuff over there that I'm like, I wish we had it here, but we just don't. It's tragic, really. I was talking about it the other day actually, where there are these like Jolly Rancher like hard candies that I want to get some more of. And I went to go and look because I thought surely, you know, you can buy like imports of them over here. I guess they got banned because of having red 40 and stuff in. So you can't actually get them over here now unless you buy them from like some shady dealer on eBay who's selling them for like 30 quid a bag. And it's like, I don't fancy doing that, thanks. I really want to pay 10x the value of a bag of sweets. Those Jolly Ranchers though, man, they were good. I enjoyed those. Brought a whole bag back with me. It was great. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it was a fun time. That I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. I certainly did. It was very weird because I mean, like we talked about these types of things for years. Like I mean, for years we've gone on about like doing a stream like that, or you know, a kind of a doing something IRL together where we just appeared in the same time, same place. But it was kind of one of those things that just kind of never really like it was actually going to happen all that easily because it was just every time we sort of went, yeah, that'll be good. It sort of something stopped it from happening. Whether it be, you know, her moving or something like that, or me not being in a position to do something. It was kind of like there was always a reason why it made it difficult. And then, yeah, it kind of felt a bit surreal where one day we were just kind of... We went to VC one day. I remember it was the day I booked the flights. I didn't say anything to her before I did it. I think she was at work. And I booked the flights on it was on a Sunday. I cancelled stream, I'm pretty sure. I'd either cancelled stream or it was like it was a time where the internet was playing up and I wasn't able to stream properly. Like I tried and it wasn't working. And I remember I'd kind of come away from it and I was feeling pretty dejected either way, whether it was because I couldn't stream or the internet died. And I was just like, well, that's, you know, depressing. And I was just kind of sat there and I was like, maybe I'll just go and have a look at, you know, the flight stuff before, because I kind of every once in a while I'd keep an eye on it. And I saw it and I was just like, you know what, fuck it. Maybe now's the time. I should just do it and then see what happens. And I did. So I just booked a flight right there and then, essentially, and was like, yeah, by the way, come June, I'm coming over there. Hopefully you'll have room for me. And that was it. So I just went, fuck it, I'll just do it. Didn't even mention anything about it until the time when I'd actually booked it, which probably wasn't the smartest move in the world, but it worked out for me. And the rest is history. But yeah, originally it was kind of a very impromptu thing. It wasn't something that kind of like was looked like it was going to happen. And then it did. And then when it turned out that I wasn't going to make a stupid decision by going over there and realizing I had nowhere to go, it was great. And then after that, what can I say, you know? You know, the cats didn't want me to leave. They missed me. Missed the cow as well, Oreo's dad. He was a fan. He's a fan of the stream. He likes the stream. There's Oreo's dad. There's Nox, not Nox Cow, Mr. Cow. He likes the stream. I get on well with Mr. Cow. He's a good bloke. I have little chats with him every now and again. It's quite nice. Jolly Ranchers have no right being that good. Man, they are good. I was saying about this the other day. I was talking to Oreo about this when I was talking about the Jolly Ranchers, and I said, the thing is, even the flavors that I think aren't quite as good as the others, which for me are the grape and the watermelon, because they're just kind of... They're not really flavors that are super common here, so they're a bit kind of like... They're not really the first choice I'd go for. I really like the blue raz, I really like the green apple, and I like the cherry. So the watermelon and the grape are like the two that I sort of go, they're not quite as good. Even those ones are good, and they're the flavors that I wouldn't choose necessarily first choice. So, there you go. Welcome in, PXatol on YouTube as well. How you doing? We're going to go to break real quick, just so everybody knows, but we'll be back in just a minute, okay? I'm rapidly approaching your location. Do not resist. It was a bit like that, yeah. I was just kind of like, yeah, I booked a flight, by the way. And then it was kind of like this moment of surprise. Of, oh shit, this is actually happening. Would you really miss that kidney? Oh, maybe. Who knows? Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, everybody, okay? BRB, just back in a few. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. War Thunder. Power Wash Sim? Question mark. We are not playing War Thunder today. We're playing Power Wash Simulator 2. As we do every Tuesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Sunday are the War Thunder days. As have been for probably about a year now, actually. Or at least getting on close to that. It's been quite a while I've been doing the consistent scheduling on the War Thunder streams and that, I think. Thank you for the welcome back, guys. Much appreciated, as always. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know when my next, like, solo vacation will be. That'll be an interesting time, though. I am technically going on vacation later this year. Unrelated to me specifically, because it's my brother's wedding this year. And so as part of that, he, or I say he, one of his friends has organized a trip to Europe. To Eastern Europe. I think it's what is it, Hungary? I think that they are that they're going, which I'm going to as well in April. So that'll mean I'll have to miss a few streams. So I'm going on kind of a mini vacation later this year, I guess, for a few days. I think it's like it's basically just a weekend, so it's like 3 or 4 days or something. But then I'm with a big group then. Next time I go on my own, that'll be interesting. I think it'll be a lot easier next time I travel on my own, because I've done it once now. It's quite a daunting thing, I feel like, traveling on your own for the first time. Because whenever I've been to airports and things before, I'd always kind of, you know, I'd always been with other people, so you kind of don't have to worry about stuff so much, because someone else is keeping an eye on passports and, you know, whatever, making sure that you head to the gate on time and all that type of stuff. The whole time I was, you know, while I was at the airport, I was thinking, please don't fuck this up and, like, you know, show up to the gate as it closes and then have to make the awkward conversation to go, so you remember when I was supposed to be coming there today? I missed my flight. So, yeah, it was an interesting experience, but I think having done it once now, it'd be, I think it'd be easier the second time doing it on my own. I also kind of know, like, where I'm going and things like that, which helps. Because I'd actually never been to Heathrow before, which is, of course, the biggest airport in the UK. But I'd actually never flown from Heathrow before, because I live nowhere near London. So I usually flew from a small airport rather than, you know, Heathrow, or one of the smaller airports. So I'd never been there before, and it was pretty interesting. I also know that next time, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to bring food with me rather than get ripped off by one of the shops there. Because, my God, man, that was expensive. I don't think I've even ranted about that. I got ripped off at the airport, man. I know airport prices are airport prices and they're expensive. Holy shit, dude. I walked into a shop. It was I think it was a WH Smith's. It was at the airport. And I was like, right, well, I need... Because I looked at the time, and my flight was at 4 p.m. It was like 4:10, I think, was the flight time. And it was about... I want to say it was about... Ooh, somewhere between 2:30, 2, something like that. And then, you know, obviously with that, the boarding's going to start for the flight probably... realistically... at least 30 to 40, well, maybe 45 minutes probably before the flight leaves. So you think, right, I've got probably until like 3:30 or so. Whatever it was, you know, like 3:30 or whatever until I probably need to be ready. So I thought, I've got about an hour to kill. And I thought, well, I can't go into like the pub and have a, you know, have a meal like that. So I'll go and I'll just grab like a sandwich or something. So I went into this WH, I found basically the first place I could find that had a giant fridge with meal deals in. I was like, right, meal deal. They got signs for a meal deal. This is great. And it was like, you know, drinking a sandwich or something. I had a look at the sandwiches and there was nothing good. And then I found there was a wrap. It was like a barbecue chicken wrap. Right? And it was like barbecue chicken tendies. And I was like, right, that'll do. I'll have that. So I go to eat this and I start having a little look for some other snacks. And I think I want to get some like Doritos or something, but they didn't have any. That was annoying. And so I was like, well, I don't know what I want. And I thought, well, I'll buy a bottle of water because I want that for the flight, obviously. I'll buy a bottle of water because, you know how it is. I'm sure I could ask people to get a drink on the flight, but I thought I don't want to be a pain in the ass. I'll just grab a water bottle with me. And it'll be useful for when I was over in America to have a water bottle. That's what I was thinking. So I get a water bottle. So I'm like, okay, so I've got a big bottle of water that's like a litre bottle. I've got a wrap. I was like, okay, well, what else do I want? And I thought I'll get some... I think I got something else. I don't remember. I seem to remember getting a snack of some sort, but I can't remember what that is or what I got. And then the final thing I got is my drink. My other drink that was not part of the meal deal was I thought, well, I hadn't slept, essentially, right? Man bounds... Yeah, I know. I bought water not to talk to the flight attendant, exactly. They were very nice in the end as well. The flight attendant was hooking me up, man, with like free Sprite and shit. It was great. When I say free Sprite, obviously on the flight it was already free, but I mean, like, they were giving me extras. Because I was just chatting to them when they were like a little bit, because they were always... I was always at the back, so they were sort of setting all the stuff up right next to me. So I'd just kind of like chat to them every now and again, or they'd ask me things, and yeah, they were always giving me like free extra drinks and stuff. It was great. But yeah, no, I bought the bottle of water, and then I was like, okay, you know, we'll do that. So I hadn't slept the night before, just to point this out to everybody, right? When it happened, I hadn't slept. So I'd been up for over 24 hours or whatever it was at this point, and I'd been on this bloody flight, or I was about to go on this flight, and I thought, well, I need to keep myself up, so... Because my sleep schedule essentially is... I usually go to bed quite late. By quite late, I mean early in the morning the next day. So, I didn't really have much of a chance to sleep, because I needed to get on the... I needed to go early to get the bus so I could get to the airport, right? Because I wasn't going to pay for the fucking train, because, I mean... I fancied having some money left in my wallet. So I didn't pay for a ticket on the old Heathrow Express train. But I went on the bus instead. But because I live, as I mentioned earlier, quite far away from London, it was like a 3-hour drive or something from where I got the bus, which was not next to... that was not next to my house, just so everybody knows. I haven't doxed myself. But I got the bus from another place, which is where they picked up, that wasn't near where I live. It was, a good way away. So I had to leave way, way before the flight, so I didn't really sleep, because, by the time I kind of went to bed, I pretty much would have had to have been getting up again. This is just to set up the context. So the other thing I bought, right, alongside the... So I bought the wrap, I bought the water, I bought 2 large cans of Red Bull. I don't know what the volume on them was, but they were like the big, the chunky cans. So I bought 2 Red Bulls. Because I was like, man, I'm gonna need some juice. So I got 2 Red Bulls, and I thought, you know what, I want a snack for the flight. I'll buy some M&Ms. So I bought some M&Ms. So keep in mind, I got 2 cans of Red Bull, a bottle of water, 1 wrap, and a packet of M&Ms. You know how much that cost me at the airport for that stuff? You know how much? £26. Ugh. Absolutely. I felt like I'd just been mugged. I actually felt like I'd been robbed right then. £26 for a bottle of water, 2 Red Bulls, some M&Ms, and a wrap. It was daylight robbery, man. Absolute daylight robbery. So after that, I thought to myself, well, next time when I find myself in a situation where I need to fly on my own, I'm definitely not buying food from the fucking shop. Because, my lord, that is extortion. Even by airport prices, that's extortionate. £26. I was like, no, mate, that's too much for me. That's too rich for my blood. 26, that would be 15 tops outside of the airport. Oh, probably cheaper than that, honestly. I mean, I'm thinking, like, usually bottle of water was probably less than £1 normally in most shops. So we'll call it 90p. So we're at just under £1. The Red Bulls probably in a shop are going to be £1.50 each, maybe £2. We'll say £2 each, so we'll call it £4 for the Red Bulls. So we're at about 5. We'll call it £5. We'll call the water £1 just for the sake of like that. So we're at £5 and we're at both the Red Bulls and the water, right, at that point. M&M's probably going to be... Let's be extortionate and say a £5. The M&M's going to be a £5, so that takes us up to £10. And the fact that part of it was a meal deal as well, so the water came with the wrap, also knocks the price down. So I would say normally in most meal deal scenarios, that's probably going to be £4, £3 between that lot. And that's including the drink. So if you do that, £4 between that, you take the extra £1 off that we had before for the drink. What's that, about 9? That's about 14 quid, yeah. So yeah, it's probably not that far off of it. And that's just going off rough pricing, just I can think of in my head. I'm probably off on some of that. It's like, man, those M&Ms were fucking ridiculous, the price on them. The M&Ms were like, the M&Ms were where the price was, just so everybody know. The M&Ms were like £15 or something. That's where like the cost was. It was the bloody M&Ms. They were extortionate. They tasted amazing, because I love an M&M. But it was bloody extortionate, man. Felt like I'd been robbed, as I say. Yeah, I'm sure it was like 15 quid for a pack of M&Ms. Wouldn't one of those water bottles count as the meal deal? Yeah, exactly. It should have. I think it did. The thing was, the Red Bulls could have counted with the meal deal as well, but I probably voided part of it because I bought 2, so one of them might have gone with it. Although realistically, with the meal deal, though, Shags, probably when I bought it, the water went with the meal deal because it was the cheaper item, and the Red Bulls I got charged the full price for. But it was like, man, it was like £25 or something. I was like, fucking crikey. Spent half the money I wanted to spend on the entire trip in the airport before I got there on food. I had a little more than that, obviously, but like, man, it was like not the way I wanted to start my holiday. The rest of it until that point had been great as well. I got there early. When I got the bus, there was like absolutely no traffic for whatever reason going to London that day. And it was an absolute peach of a journey. We got there like, oh, I don't even know what it was. We were probably there like 20 to 30 minutes earlier than expected, which was great because then I kind of spent my time, I took my time. So that was great. And then most of the rest of it was pretty easy. Security was really fast. I smuggled the drugs for it. I mean, they didn't find the confectionery I had in my bag. I didn't actually have anything on me, but the security and all that was really fast. Because you always hear nightmares about security taking forever, and it was actually really quick. And then the only thing that was annoying was when I tried to get my boarding pass at the start, when I had to scan my shit on the auto, the self-scanning machines. They have those in Heathrow now everywhere. No one checks you in anymore. You have to do it all yourself on the self-scanning machines. I'd never used one before, so I was a bit like confused about what I was supposed to do. And I think the first one I picked, the scanner was a bit shite on it because it just it refused to scan my passport. So I was fighting with that machine for a couple of minutes, and then I just went to a different one and it worked. And then the belt wasn't working on the bag drop because it's like a self bag drop as well. And then I had to have that conversation with the person where I was like, oh, it's Monday, isn't it? That's why it doesn't work. Of course. Because that whole thing that everyone says about how computers don't work on a Monday or whatever. Whenever you're in an office, everyone just blames it on Monday. They're like, oh yeah, Monday. Yeah. Like, yeah. And then I walked off into security. I also did find, I don't know who it was as well. There was someone in front of me. This is something I found interesting. Hi, Bruised as well. Thank you for the redeems, man. When I went into the line before security, where you have to like scan your pass to get through to the air side of the actual airport before they let you go through security. At least they do at Heathrow anyway. There was someone in front of me and they had like VTuber merch. They had like a bunch of like VTuber like key rings and pins and things all over their bag. I was like, that's kind of a weird coincidence. It was really strange. So I don't know. I guess there's a fellow internet degenerate on there in the queue in front of me at the security place. Could you imagine though if that was actually some like famous VTuber who was in front of me at the queue in security at Heathrow Airport and I had no idea? Kind of funny, wouldn't it? It's like a massive streamer just in the queue randomly. Nobody would have known. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. It was an interesting experience going to the airport. There's something about it. I hate airports because it's just a horrible experience going through them most of the time, and it's just kind of stressful. But at the same time, there's something quite exciting about it. Because when you get there, it's kind of like that build-up on the day of if you're going on vacation. Of like, oh, it all feels a bit real when you get to the airport, and it's like, oh my god, it's actually here. I was well excited, man. It was great. And then I got robbed for £26, as I say, by W.H. Smiths, I think it was. I think it was them, anyway. There's always a W.H. Smith somewhere. My original plan, actually, was that I was going to go and get a meal somewhere. Because there's a place over here that's like I think they do some other stuff as well, but it's mostly like Asian food. Called Wagamama. That's the name of the place. And they're kind of like notorious for being very fast. Because they kind of just do everything super like quickly, super fresh, but it's always in the order that it kind of comes in. So you'll often find that like you'll get food in the wrong order of which you ordered it. So if you order like a starter and a main, you might sometimes get the main first. Because it's just kind of the order in which it comes out. But they just send it immediately rather than kind of waiting for whole tables of food to appear and things. So it's quite good for quick, like, fights if you need them. And my original plan was, I was like, well, I'll just go in there and I'll just be a loner and just sit on my own and it'll be depressing. But I was like, fuck it, I'll go get food in there. And then when I got there, I thought, well, I've only got an hour. I thought, I don't want to chance it because it's not in the, it's like in the other part of the terminal and I'll have to travel. Because originally when I looked all this up, I was trying to figure out what gates the flight that I was getting on normally goes from, right? Because I wanted to be prepared. And from what I'd seen, the gates were normally, it was normally the B gates. So it was in like the middle section of the airport where you had to get on a little mini underground like train service to get to. So I was like, right, I've got to be prepared because it's going to take 10 minutes to get there to the gate. So I've got to like, can't keep too far away just in case I need to quickly get there, you know? And then it turned out that the actual gate where the flight was going from was the one right in front of me. Because I was stood there in this like area where there was a bunch of seats and I was eating my food. And eventually it got to the point where I just kind of walked around for like half an hour because I got bored. I finished my food, I necked my Red Bulls. And I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to go for a walk. Because I was fucking juiced on caffeine at that point. So I just went for a wander and I did like 2 laps of the terminal. And by the time I'd come back, I got right back to where I started. And then the gate was supposed to be called. So I waited there. It was late by 5 minutes. And then as the gate got called, it was like 26A. And I kind of went, wait a minute, that sign looks familiar. And right in front of me, it was like, you know, a down arrow down an escalator. And it was like, this way to 26A. And I thought, that's convenient. So I was right there. So the whole time, I didn't need the extra 15 minutes or whatever. So I probably could have gone and got that meal if I wanted it. But it's fine. Probably would have cost me more than £26, so I probably did myself a favour by not spending the extra money. But yeah. So all good learning experiences for next time when I do some form of solo travel, which will probably happen at some point in my life. Now I know don't bother buying food at the airport, and don't bother looking up which gate your flight apparently usually goes from, because it's just full of shit. So, there you go. All useful things to know. All the while, we've been making some good progress here on our power washing, of course. Done a lot of smaller jobs so far today, but this one's going pretty well. Nearly 50% already. They've kind of bulked out the game quite a lot here with some smaller jobs, which seem quite large on paper, but actually, if you think about it, this one's quite simple. It's just a big cylinder, really, isn't it? I mean, it's a big oval cylinder shape. It's quite simple to just go back and forth on it with this and just knock most of the dirt off, which is great. So, yeah, good stuff. We're kind of motoring through, aren't we? feel like, though, this is the type of one that, like, if you're doing this with other people, it'd be a lot easier just because you wouldn't have to keep switching sides. Especially towards the end, where if we end up having, like, those little edge pieces and we haven't cleaned them all, we're going to have to keep leapfrogging from each side to figure out where the area is that we haven't cleaned. It's going to get a bit annoying. A wee bit annoying. But now that's right. That's looking good. Did we do the front nose as well on the other side? I assume we did. No, we didn't. That's terrible of me, isn't it? I didn't even do the front nose. Gotta do that. Yeah. I hope everyone, though, has been having a nice, relaxing time today, vibing while we do some power wash, and I appreciate you being here and hanging out, whichever platform you're on, YouTube or Twitch. Thank you for being on both of them and indulging me by listening to my rambling of absolute nonsense. Thank you. Hopefully the rambling has been vaguely interesting for you. Who knows? Or you just like the sweet sounds of water running off of a large blimp. Actually, it just sounds a bit like a shower, doesn't it? The sort of sound of the water hitting the ground in a shower. Give me flashbacks to that bloody time landing in America and getting soaked. Vietnam flashbacks, man. Nice. This is coming along rather nicely, what do I say? Minus a few little bits here and there that we're missing. Oh. Looking alright, isn't it? I am enjoying my time washing the many things that the game has to offer for me today. Also a really, really large scaffolding tower. Tell you what would have been an interesting achievement for this one that they didn't do. Not that they missed a trick on it, and I'm glad they didn't. If they'd have put an achievement in for this level, though, it could have been complete an achievement for doing this while only being on the scaffolding. Like, you were only allowed to wash while on the scaffolding. Imagine how annoying that would be, trying to do the bottom. It's like the floor is made of lava or something, where you're, like, not allowed to touch the ground. You can only jump on the ladders and, like, on the scaffolding. That'd be kind of interesting as an achievement. Hi, Shaylay. Welcome in, man. Welcome, welcome. I think we're going to be doing another job soon. Just got a text from someone talking about a statue. We've got another job on the horizon soon, I think. Another project to wash. That'll be good. Come on. Any minute now, surely it's going to pop. Not the balloon, the... there we go. This top little section as well, why not? How goes? Oh, I'm doing okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Just power washing and trying to enjoy the vibe, I guess. So, yeah, not too bad, man, not too bad. Like yourself. Give it a hydrate too. Let me have a sip of me water. I already drank my belter of a coffee. I did indeed. Have a sip of me water. Keep that too. Keeping me hydrated. Speaking of things that we should do, you should also go drop a like on the YouTube stream, everybody. That's what you should do. I've heard that's a great thing. It brings great fortune to the people that do it, I've heard. So go and give yourself a boost, a luck boost in your next skill check. There you go. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Tell you what, though, the YouTube stream actually been kind of popping off so far in 2026. I'm very happy with the progression of the YouTube stream. Very happy. 2026 could be quite nice for the YouTube stream. I'm hoping it will be. Yeah, I'm doing good though, man. I've been doing good too. Doing alright. Better work day than yesterday. On lunch break at home now. Always nice when you get a chance to spend your breaks at home, of course. But then at the same time, by that same logic, it also sucks sometimes because then you got to leave again. It can be a little bit meh. It's sometimes almost nicer to not go home, isn't it? Just because you don't ever get that. You don't quite have that feeling of not wanting to leave as much as you do. You end up coming back. I used to get it a lot back when I was at college. Me and my mate used to come back to my house. Because I always lived not that far away from where we went to college. So he always used to come back to my house. And we'd just kind of hang about for like, you know, a couple of hours when we'd have a big long break. And we'd just come and have a cup of tea or whatever. But then the problem was I'd always think, oh, I don't want to go home. Or I don't want to go back afterwards. I just want to stay home. We'd usually do it on a Friday, if I remember rightly. That was always the thing. What a time that was. Counterpoint, home food instead of fast food. Oh yeah, home food is better if you've got the stuff that you can, you know, you can make, or you've pre-prepared something, whatever. Absolutely. Home food 100% better than other food most of the time. Every now and again, of course, it hits different having something out, but it's also cheaper, of course, as well as the other thing. You don't end up racking up a food bill quite as badly, which is nice. So yeah. I'll agree with you there, Shirley. That's a good point. Probably also slightly healthier for you, of course, isn't it? In the long run, anyway. Jesse, we need to cook. I didn't know Team Rocket were into making drugs these days, Bruce. Crazy, man. Jesse and James from Team Rocket cooking crystal meth these days, are they? I always wondered how they made that Meowth talk. Now it makes sense. They were on drugs. Everybody in the Pokemon show was on drugs. That's how Meowth used to speak, right? Food, not drugs. Oh, okay. Food. Okay, I see. Easy mistake to make. What would you cook, Bruised, right now if you were going to cook something? Tell me that. If you thought to yourself right now, oh, I fancy a bit I fancy a bit of food. I'm a bit peckish. What would you get yourself right now if you could just make something? What would you make? So tell us a lot about you, I feel. Intrigued to find out what your answer is going to be. It's so jarring seeing this bar move around as well, where it's like tiny little bit left and then just goes to a massive chunk left. Oh, damn. Do the fins, why not? Let's wash the fins as opposed to the Swedes and the Danes. Do the Finns. And the Norwegians. Can't forget the Norwegians. Southern fried crunchy coated chicken strips with some pizza and maybe some barbecue rib strips. Damn, it's like a triple meal in one. Alright. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. A nice little selection of things. Fair enough. Fair enough. A lot of food, though. Or are you just that hungry that you think, you know what, I just fancy a lot of food right now? I say that, though. When I, on Christmas Eve, when I ordered pizza, I hammered an absolute mammoth meal, to be fair. Okay, what? It was I ate a whole 12-inch pizza. I ate 6 wings. I ate 6 mozzarella sticks and 6 chicken strips. In fairness, I hadn't eaten anything else all day, but I was like, you know, I'm gonna have an absolute monster meal. I'm hungry. I did. Can eat a lot when I want to. A lot of it depends on the time of day these days, though. Just hope I don't burn it. Well, this is a hypothetical, of course, where you're not going to burn it in this particular case. So it's guaranteed to come out as you want it. For the purposes of the hypothetical. You much of a someone who burns things in the kitchen, Bruce? You're not much of a chef. Not that hard not to burn things. Just set a timer. You'll be fine. And then actually stick to the time. Nice. That looks decent. Puff, cough, fast. Nah, man. I just have a big appetite. It's definitely gotten smaller than it used to be, though. But I'd say the thing with that day when I ate all the pizza and that is I hadn't eaten anything all day. So I ate at 8 PM and that was the first thing I'd eaten all day. So, and I didn't eat anything else all that entire day. So every now and again I'll do that where I'll just kind of like, I'm like a snake or something, you know? Like a reptile, where I'll just have like one meal and, you know, it'll be like... The crocodile hasn't eaten in 3 months, and it's kind of like that, where I haven't eaten for ages, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll just slam an absolutely huge meal, and then that'll be me done for the day. So yeah. Nox the snake, yeah. That's what they call me. Not just for my double crossing ability. Can burn noodles? I remember you telling us about this, actually, yeah. Still haven't quite figured out how you managed to do that, but you know, it is what it is. Climb. Well, that was not what I was going for. That was a great jump from me there, I've got to say. Perfect piece of parkour. There we go. Hardcore parkour. I really hope these bands in the middle are going to get done as well, and they aren't going to be unfinished when I finish cleaning them, because that would be scary. I get bored cooking and almost leave it. We don't have to stand there with it though, that's the thing most of the time. The objective isn't to stand there focusing on it the entire time, though. It's to do something else in the background and set it up to kind of cook itself. I would say. So you just set a timer and forget about it, essentially. And besides, everything that you make in there doesn't require a burner, so you don't have to worry about the fire risk or anything either. Slap it in an oven and then you're good to go, right? I don't know. That's nearly 10 PM already, that's wild. We've only gotten 2 achievements today. I'm slacking. Not the Pokemon, but I am slacking today. We've done a fair few jobs, but the only problem with this today is I guess a lot of the jobs we're doing are thingy ones. They're non-achievement ones, which is a bit disappointing. Ever had curry triangles? I have not. What is a curry triangle? That must be a Scottish thing, I'm going to guess. I assume it's some form of a curry type based thing compressed into a triangular shape, like a hash brown. I'm trying to picture it. Get them from a Chinese. Oh, never mind. Wait, what is it like? Like a samosa, where it's like a wrapped up like parcel, or I've never heard of this curry triangle before. I say it must be a Scottish thing. Get them from a Chinese. It's always funny though, isn't it, when you can get Indian food from a Chinese in the UK. A Chinese chip shop normally as well. Half of them aren't even like full-on Chineses. Last time I had a Chinese actually was in America, although I did plan on having one maybe on Christmas Eve. Once my initial plans fell through, I was going to have a Chinese. But I did have one in America. The thing I found interesting in America that was very different to UK Chinese is the portion of the like meat and the main dish was bigger, but the rice was a lot more manageable, which I actually think was better. Because we always have way too much rice over here whenever we get Chinese food. I feel like. You always get like a massive box of rice that you just, it's way too much, you don't want that much. But over there, they actually had a more viable amount to eat. So I actually thought, fair enough, it was quite a good little thing. Basically wrapped in a triangle and had to, hard to find places where they make them. Interesting. I assume they're like fried, are they? Had them in the old lock, but now they're hard to find because besides one place, and that's an all-you-can-eat. Ah, okay, let's see. No, they're not fried. Interesting. I feel like I'm going to look this up in a minute. Oh, I forgot I was going to look up Strella last time, wasn't I, as well? After you guys the other day were like, don't look it up, it's something terrible. And we figured out what it was. I said I was going to look it up after stream and find out what you'd seen. I completely forgot. Need to do that. Defile my search history by looking up what the fuck that actually is. Or what actually comes up when you search it. I was intrigued to find out what you guys were so horrified by last time. forgot about that? Yeah. I did as well. An interesting time at the end of that stream talking about the Strela. Horizontal stabilizer flat. What a name. So if we get this done before the hour, which I think we will, we need to have this job done in the next 10 minutes. That would be perfect. Hey. Even the white nozzle works here. This is great. White nozzle doesn't work for anything normally. It's rubbish. Hey. Was it really that bad what came up when you searched Strela? Because the way you guys were talking about it was like some like crazy shit. I'm kind of intrigued. So that's why I was going to look it up, because you guys reacted in such a way that I was like, what actually appeared when you searched it? And then we got off track and I forgot about it last time. Yeah, I need to do that. Maybe I'll do it in the break, just to find out what it is. I'll probably search it actually and nothing will come up. That's what it'll be. Nice. We're so nearly done with this now. I'm well happy with the results here. It's great. The satisfaction you get from a job well done. Oh yeah, gotta search for it in the shopping channel. Yeah. It's weird that it appears in the shopping channel though and nothing else. No, the ring hasn't. Okay, no, this. Good. Anyway, man, them people who use the Google shopping channel, there's some sus people apparently. Judging from what appears under that shopping channel. They'd be up to some interesting stuff apparently. Okay, we nearly fell off the front. This can't be 3%, surely, but... What are we going to have missed then? There's going to be some small part of this that we've missed. Here they want to ban Twitter? Oh, I saw that as well, yeah. Because of the grok thing. There's a lot of stuff with that, though, that I find a bit weird. Not the actual grok thing, but... One of the other things that I thought was kind of interesting was that the government also wants 16-year-olds to vote, but 16-year-olds get the majority of their political news from places like Twitter. Because that's kind of what they do with most of their time, is they get a lot of influence from social media stuff. So it seems a bit weird to want to give people that are 16 the ability to vote, but also cut off all of their information other than like government-owned sources to tell them about what they should do and vote for, and it's like, that's a bit sus. Yeah, no, I have heard about the Twitter thing. I hope it doesn't happen, quite frankly, because it would be a shame to lose the platform for me, because I've been on there for a long time and I've used it for a long time, and you know. Although they've done some bad shit on Twitter, you know, it'd be a shame to lose it as a platform. Engine cowling. Envelope siphon. Gondola grab hand. Ah! Nice, there's that bit. A grab handle. There you go. Engine cowling. I said it would be something like early on. What did we miss on the Ah. Yay! New items available in the shop. Let's go. We're going to be filthy rich after this. Look at that sophisticated looking cat. They made some game thing as well. Game thing? What, Twitter? Made 900 quid from that. Interesting. I'll have to have a look at this. I haven't looked into a huge amount of this stuff. I just saw the, you know, the mention that it's gonna get, or it's not that it's gonna get banned, but they've complained about it and threatened that they might. I don't know if they actually will, though, to be honest. We'll see. No, some recent thing, not on Twitter. Oh, you mean the government made something about games? You have $3 grand. You can buy this, the Urban XU2. Could buy that. We can't buy any skins. Kind of crazy, dude. Wish we could buy some skins for the washer. Yeah, we were also buying all of these last time, weren't we? Because I thought that there might be an achievement for buying all the stuff, but all the cosmetics, who knows. I guess evidently not. Because we just bought all of them. Buy the furniture, 2 pieces of furniture. There we go. I guess we'll just buy the new washer. So. £900 for the what? Bloody hell, for the nozzle. Alright. We have a new washer. That's kind of cool. The Urban XU2. Look at that. It's even bulkier. Where are we going next as well? We're going to the cement mixer. That's another one that I'm pretty sure there isn't an achievement for. So weird that the mid-game of Power Wash Sim 2 has a load of jobs with no achievements in. Because I don't remember seeing one about a cement mixer when we had a quick flick through them earlier. So, I guess we're just doing another one. This thing's gonna be rusty, isn't it? Oh, no. Not the rust again. Man, the rust was bad enough last time on the stupid, gas station, dude. That was horrible last time. Ah. Little bear on the front, though. Look at that. Why does it always get out of stock on phone for Cato? Because the Twitch mobile app sucks and it's buggy as hell. That's why, Bruce. And the phone version of Twitch is awful, quite frankly. You can fix it by refreshing the stream, though, I believe, but it's a bit bloody annoying, though. Man, I see this truck and I think there's going to be loads of rust under the, like, dark bits. And then you wash it off and it comes off fine. And then there's just a hidden bit of rust somewhere else, and it's just like, oh, why? Why have we got to clean like the rustiest truck in the West, man? We're gonna have to get them suds out in a minute. The soap suds are gonna make their triumphant return. There you go, suds it all up. Nice. Right, I think we're pretty good to go. Get that up as well, shall we? Right. Reference to Toy Story 3, 100%. What, the bear on the front? Is it? I'm not sure I'd know, to be honest. I don't really remember Toy Story 3. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to come off for a minute. There's a BRB coming up, everybody, as well, just so you know. We will be going for a quick little break fairly soon. Okay. But we will be back very shortly afterwards for some more power washing action. So be prepared. Gonna be great. C. Yes. What, yes that it's a reference to thingy that you think it is? Or yes that there's a break coming up? Or both? Get to enjoy some nice ads, Brews. That'll be fun. I know you love ads so much. They're your favourite thing about the stream, aren't they, the ads? Asking for a friend, what do you do when black smoke comes out the oven? Leave the house before it explodes. Get a fire extinguisher. Ventilate the entire room. If there's unironically black smoke coming out of it, then you actually should genuinely be careful, because that's not good. I feel like this is a bit, but if it's not, then genuinely be careful. Because that is not great. How did you manage to have black smoke come pouring out of your oven? And if the answer is because you're cooking something, then why were you not paying attention to it, Bruce? The only acceptable answer to that is because the stream was so thrilling that you took your eye off it for just a minute and it burned. That's an acceptable answer. Don't worry about it. Well, I kind of do, to be honest. In a non-parasocial way, I kind of do. Like, man, I hope it isn't actually happening. That would be rather bad. Well, you got 3 minutes to sort it, Bruce. Coming up in just a sec. Got a 3-minute ad break to try and fix the oven that's about to explode. So there you go. I'm sure you'll be able to get it sorted in that time, right? There must be more to that door guard that I'm missing, because... Okay, there is on the top. Alright. Yes, ads are lovely, and that's why I use Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is the ultimate... Cut off by the ads. Oh. Right, PRB. I'll be back in just a minute. Right, I'm back. Let's carry on, shall we? Pizza's bigger than you thought? Maybe not a bad thing, I guess it depends. That you can eat that much? That you can scran a large pizza? Or is it too much? Is it too big to the point where it's like, you know, crazy size? Is that what the problem is, Bruised? Thank you for the welcome back, by the way. I appreciate it, man. Okay, let's carry on. Remember as well, if you haven't already, go over and drop a like on the YouTube stream. Much appreciated if you would. We are making good progress on the YouTube stream recently, so we should try out our new washer as well. Well, sadly it can't blast through rust, which is a bit disappointing. I didn't think it would be able to, but I was kind of slightly hoping it would. Just so I didn't have to do more of the rust. Okay. I'm on a seafood diet. Why are you eating pizza then? Or are you going to say, I see food and I eat it? Is that what you're about to say? Are you about to say, Bruised? If so, don't bother. I've heard it before. Alright. Yep. Yep. I was expecting you to go for it, and you were teeing it up, but I've seen through it. I've seen through your disguise. Seen through your deceptions, young lad. I've been trying since... Spin the cement dry. Alright, that's cool. But since Christmas, I've been trying to eat a little healthier. Because obviously, when it gets to the kind of winter months, you obviously eat a lot of heavier stuff. And then I was kind of like, well, you know, I want to try and eat a little healthier come January. Not like a resolution or anything like that, because I mean, no one ever sticks to those anyway. But just as a general thing. I kind of like set myself a goal, like weight that I want to be by the end of the year. And I'm just going to kind of slowly chip away at making sure that I can maintain that and not, you know, put any on or anything. I'm actually not too bad at shape at the minute, but I do want to trim down a little bit. Just a smidge. Been playing a lot of Arc Raiders, and I must say people are friendly. I've actually seen you playing Arc Raiders on Discord, because it does that thing where it's like, you know, it tells me that you're playing a game. How has it been? I haven't played any myself. I know Mirage has been playing it. I haven't touched it. In terms of like, I was going to say competitive shooters. It's not really a competitive shooter, is it? It's like an extraction shooter. But I guess kind of makes it a competitive PvP game. But I haven't played any games like that for quite a while now. Been good fun. Nice. You just play solo or play with other people? What do you do with that? Like squads, isn't it? I think mostly. Or is it there's like a solos playlist as well? free dad jokes. Oh, nice. Get a free dad joke from the truck. Shame we don't get to hear one of these great jokes. But I'd love to have heard one of them. I also remember Bevan's era where he came in and was making dad jokes all the time. Oh, we don't have the soap bottle for this one yet. Serious. Man. Alright, we're switching back to the other one. Sods it all up again. That's enough for now, isn't it? We've sudded enough of it up for a moment. Bit in there as well. Bit of suds in there. Yeah, like that. Lovely. Exploit people's friendliness to get a kill at times? Nah, you would never do that, Bruce. I couldn't imagine you doing that. Absolutely not. I could never see it. That's the interesting thing with like extraction shooters, isn't it? Is you've got to kind of like play the social game slightly as well, where you have to like be open on the comms to tell people that you're not gonna shoot them. I imagine a lot of people probably just shoot first, ask questions later in games like that, so you've got to be very like careful, I'd assume, to you know, make sure you don't just get shot up all the time. I don't know what we just cleaned, but we cleaned something and it pinged. I want the mud guard, I know that much. I could have been one of those lights, I guess. Look at that there. Look how clean that is. So clean, we've made square pixels appear on the tyres. Look at that. How fresh and clean they are. Oh, hard to get in all the way in there, though. Those mud guards don't really help with that. I was saying earlier, actually, as well, that a lot of these have been, like, non-achievement levels in Power Wash today, but that's actually not the end of the world. Because one of the achievements, anyway, I'm pretty sure is just finish the campaign, so it's like, you know, getting through all these jobs is something we need to do anyway, so it is kind of chipping away at an achievement, even if not directly. Good crowd when you meet someone, then you form a massive group. Okay. Since I've been streaming, I just try and solo it. Fair enough, fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes solos can lead to some interesting experiences that you wouldn't have if you were playing in a group. Sometimes. I guess it depends what you want out of it as well, right? Like, some people just prefer playing games in groups. Should find some trustworthy people to play with because people are risky business. Yeah, I can imagine. Randos in that game, as I say, probably... Presumably if they can steal your loot, are probably always looking for a free chance to double-cross someone and steal all their gear. I would assume, anyway. I know, maybe there's a lot of friendly folks, but who knows. Groups is nice when it's a group that will bounce banter here and there. Yeah, I agree. I think that when it comes to doing stuff on stream, for me anyway, it's like, it's good to have people you gel with. Because then, if you have people you gel with, you aren't focused so much on the stream, it's just playing the game, and then whatever happens, happens. And kind of like the natural entertainment comes out on its own. Rather than focusing on, you know, what's going on. It also means as well, this is a slight side note on it, but it also means as well, if you have days where chat's very quiet and things like that, it also doesn't really, you don't really get much of a chance to dwell on it. You just kind of sit there and you're playing the game, and you don't really think so much about the stream. The stream kind of takes care of itself. That's also another positive with it sometimes. In my opinion. That text message came in that like froze the game for half a second. I was stuck just shooting the ground. Pissing away valuable water that we could be using. Terrible. We're not a very environmentally conscious business, I'll say that. Considering we're shooting water all over everywhere that isn't what we need to be shooting it on most of the time. Lurk a bit and consume food? Of course. Go enjoy your pizza. Thanks for hanging out, man, and chatting with me for a bit. I appreciate it. May as well keep the cement drum going, right? Why not? Still got an hour and a half, so it's been pretty decent here today. Oh, that's a horrible bit to clean. Oh, there's going to be some gnarly bits towards the end here. Just straight rust on the back. Looks awful. Ugh. Not my idea of power washing fun, I must say. Just shooting rust off of an old truck. At least the tires are easy. One of the things in other games, when I say other games, the other game, I mean Power Wash 1. Some of the tires on some of those vehicles were notoriously annoying because you'd get loads of little bits of dirt in the tire treads. There's a real pain in the ass to try and clean some of them. But this one's a lot easier in this game. For whatever reason. Maybe it's just they've like changed the physics of the water so it kind of spreads out a bit more when it hits and impacts. So it kind of goes further around the tire rather than just in specific areas, and you have to kind of get into these really weird obscure angles to actually get anything good on them. That's nice, we got that area done. Let's do the back. Do this and then we'll get up on the deck in a minute. We'll go there. Yeah, at least the soap works absolute wonders on this stuff. I say as it doesn't work wonders on that bit. Typical. Right as I'm saying the soap's doing a great job and it doesn't wash something off properly. That's nice. We also may have to get underneath this bumper bar as well at the back. There may well be stuff on the bottom of it. There is as well. And it ain't rusty, though, at least. You'd have thought that bit would have been rusty, being exposed to the elements the entire time, but nope. Let's properly have a go at this area. Up on the deck. Do get the feeling that some of this is not going to clean so well, so we'll kind of see what happens with this. I believe in the soap bubbles, though. If we believe hard enough in the power of the soap bubbles, we'll be fine. That's all we need. Just gotta believe. Did we believe hard enough? That's the question. Looks like we may have. Nice, that's looking solid. Looking a lot better than it did after the first wash, anyway. That's not. Oh, dear. I need to give that a proper scrub up again. That's looking torrid. Hey. Okay, that's a bit of a failure from the soap there, admittedly. Much better that time. How am I supposed to wash that under there? How am I supposed to even get under there to get that properly? Unless it's going to give me a weird angle, but... Please give me the truck bed. Oh no, that was not the truck bed. Never mind. Fuck. Hello, Oreo. How you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good one today, whatever you're up to. How are you all? It's going pretty good. We're just having a nice little vibey power wash day today again. Been nice. Chatting about all kinds of random stuff. We were talking about someone who I know you love all so much earlier on. Which was, you remember Mr. Insecure about his height? Remember that guy? We were talking about that geezer earlier on. Well, I was talking about him because I was looking through the other day in my Discord, and I was just, you know, having a look through various channels, and I saw he disappeared out of the welcome channel because I guess he'd left the server. So I was like, man, I should probably go see if he still follows me on Twitch, and alas, he is gone. He unfollowed the channel. I am devastated, absolutely devastated. Gotta say. I know you are as well, probably, that he's gone. It's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, so we spent like a good, I don't know, like 30 minutes talking about him at the start, or like earlier on. About that absolute joker. And his antics. About time. Oh no, that's so... I know, it's so sad, isn't it? It's terrible. I can tell the sincerity in the way that you said that you know, you really are desperately sad that he's gone. As are we all. Made sausage gravy and biscuits. That sounds good. I quite enjoyed biscuit. Funny, I was Mirage mentioned biscuits and gravy yesterday when I was talking to him about something else. I quite liked biscuits and gravy when I was over there. The only ones I had there were the Cracker Barrel ones, but I quite enjoyed that one over there. Look at the picture I sent you. Hang on. Let me just suds up this hill. I don't think the health and safety people will like this, me jumping on the top of a step ladder. The picture I sent you. This must be the sausage gravy and biscuits. Ooh. Looking very well seasoned there as well. Nice bit of browning on the actual sausage. That looks good. Yummy. There's a lot of sausage in there as well. That looks... I don't know. New keyboard in the back there as well. That's looking good. That looks good. Oh, I eat that. I would enjoy eating that biscuit or those biscuits and the gravy right now. That sounds good. I hope it's as good as it looks, though. Probably is. Good seasoning. Who do you think you're talking to? No, I mean... Okay. I just mean it looks very... You can see, like, the pepper in it and that. It looks well seasoned just for seeing it. That's what I mean. You can see the seasoning in it, so you know that it's going to have a nice peppery kick. Which I feel like is kind of what you want in that type of thing, right? Not that I'm an expert on how biscuits and gravy are supposed to be, but from my experience of when I had it, I would say that probably having a bit of pepper in there is not a bad thing, right? Can we, like, lift this up or something? I mean, it gets in the fucking way the entire time. Stupid cement drum. The queen of seasoning food. You do a good job of seasoning food, yeah. I'll give you that. I very much enjoyed those scrambled eggs that you made me. They were good that morning. That was a very nice morning, actually. Hanging out with Little Pumpkin, I think. Might have been Echo, actually. I can't remember. One of them was hanging out with me. And then eating that. I tell you what, that day when we had, like, the pancakes and stuff, that was great as well. That was on the Saturday, I remember. That was a nice morning. You guys went, like, all out for breakfast on that day. Yeah, Mr. I never... Okay. Alright, leave me alone, alright. Yeah, I get it, alright. Britain conquered the world for spices and then didn't use them in anything we made, alright? Leave me alone. Shut up. Leave me alone, heathen. Oh, this job is giving me a brain hemorrhage. The dirt just doesn't end. None of it comes off. It's all just like rusty shit, man. None of it actually comes off the stuff. Ah. This is terrible. There's so much glare as well, you can't even see. How am I supposed to not have cleaned it? That glare is diabolical. My lord. It was made in the cast iron with a spicy sausage. Ooh. I'd imagine actually that's why it looks nice and like browned on the sausage parts, because doing it in the cast iron it probably gets a nice like, you know, outside on the sausage as well. It like crisps it up a little bit. Versus a normal pan's probably not hot enough to really do it super like quite as well. Yeah, it looks really good though. I hope it's yummy. Sure it is, but it looks nice. I wish I could have some. I am actually kind of hungry at the minute, to be fair. A little hungry. Haven't eaten much today. Probably should eat some more. Oh my god, we actually had another ping. It's so long. It's been 84 years since I heard the last ding. Do I have a ladder or something? Like, there we go. That's so unhelpful. The least they could do if they're going to give me a ladder is make it a good one. I mean, what the fuck is that? Half folded up ladder to the front of the cab. It's not even that hard to access. Meanwhile, I'm trying to do the back end over it. I could barely get near any of it. And it's like, nah, no ladder for you. Fuck yourself. Hey, we got the hopper at least. Some of the pieces are starting to fall now. Just. Emphasis on some, though. I hate doing ladders and things like this in this game as well. Ugh. They're just so obnoxious to do. Why did they have to make ladders like this? Evil devs. And I have to properly clean each side as well. Ah. Bane of my existence. Thorough cleaning. It's the worst. Hey! After all that, the ladder just goes like that. That's annoying. At least it's done. We are getting quite near the end, though, because it is now doing the whole... You've got little bits left to do. That's nice. Well, I say we got little bits left to do. We also have the entire drum as well, but there we go. Well, most of it, anyway. How much there is to do. Oh. This is tragic. Why can't the soap just wash itself off, you know? That'd be handy. The white actually working well for once as well. I swear this white nozzle is shite, man. It never works well in this game. It's just too widespread most of the time, and it never actually covers what you need it to. What I'm hoping for here is to do the majority of this and then get it down to the little bits where I don't have to actually clean the whole thing fully. It will just give me it on like a 95% clean completion. On the drum, that is, not the actual job. How did I miss that huge chunk as well? It's all going wrong. We have a good business reputation to live up to, and Nige at the minute, he's doing a shit job. It's a poor showing at the moment. Although we are very nearly done at 99%, so I'd be interested to see what we've missed. There's some horrible tiny nook that we've missed, and it's going to be... It'll take absolutely forever for me to get it done, I know it will. Come on. Have we not done enough yet on this thing? There we go. Platform. Some of the names of these things kind of hard to figure out what they actually are. Like platform's a bit generic. Hey, there we go. Okay, this makes sense. I didn't really properly wash this one on. The drum support ring. Any minute now. Oh, and this fucking thing as well, of course. Stupid platform, man. Hate this thing. There we go. Well, presumably it's the underside of the ring is the last bit that I need to do, but how the hell am I supposed to... How am I supposed to get in and actually clean that? Oh, it's lit. Okay, never mind. I'll be quiet now, actually. That was a harrowing job. At least we got it done. That rust central out there. That was... Ugh. Gnarly. At least it's done. That was unpleasant though. Good job. Thank you. That was horrible with the amount of rust on that thing. You've done a lot of jobs now. I really like this though. This is a nice little touch where all of the jobs that you do, they make like a little mini model and put it up there. I think it's really cool. Yes. You also get some of these like articles as well that pop up, which is kind of nice. What's next? The farm. That's going to take a while. Is there an achievement for the farm? Campsite, motel, theatre, funhouse, mini roller coaster, temple, stone circle, mole, town floats. Use the Prima Vista triple nozzle. I don't have. Complete any job using only the adaptable nozzle. No thanks. Roller disco solar system. Dog car climbing wall. Car and trailer funhouse. Oh no. This is like a third or fourth one in a row with no achievement attached to it. That's kind of wild. I fear this may keep me busy for a while. Man, this is going to take forever. At least we got those 2 achievements early on. Fuck. This one's a bit painful today. Although, if we're knocking out ones now that are non-achievement ones, this actually isn't a bad one to get with an hour and 20 minutes left, because if it takes me too long to do it, then I can pause in the middle of it and save, and we can finish it next time without fear of breaking an achievement like we did before. So that is kind of useful though. But at the same time, we've done like 3 or 4 in a row without an achievement on, so it's a bit like, a bit annoying. Speaking of achievements, though, let's see if we can achieve some more likes on the YouTube stream, shall we? If you haven't already done it, go over and drop a cheeky one. Why not? It's free, it supports the channel, and it takes a few seconds. And I'd be very appreciative of anybody who did it. I think we're at 8 or something today, which is really good. We've actually done really nicely on the likes for the last 5 or 6 streams now. Been really good. We're on a nice little run on the YouTube at the moment. I'm very happy with that. Picked up some new subs here and there as well, so we're doing well there. Good. Things be going well on that front. It's all one section. Yes. Oh man, that's brutal. It's just one whole area. Ugh. How's the biscuits and gravy, Oreo? They going down well? You're having like a brunch kind of thing, I guess. Doing them kind of... Actually, no. I don't know. It's kind of like a weird time for you guys now. It's like mid-afternoon, I guess. Yeah, they're good. Good. I'm glad. I mean, I thought they probably would be. They look really good. Fuck. Someone should really put a safety rail on that ladder. Got me falling off it all the time. Oh man, this can take forever. The sheer size of this barn concerns me. I guess I'm just glad we don't have to do the interior as well. That would be tragic. Nearly 5% of the entire job done already, though, which is kind of nice, I guess. Not much, but it is chipping away, so I mean, we can't complain too much. This is a one section again as well. It's all just big sections, this, which is good and bad, I guess, because it means every time we finish one area, then it's going to be another big, like, chunk of stuff. Like that. 5% right now. A strong 5%. There we go. Stupid ladder. Okay, well, I can't get in behind there. I know what the game wants from me to get that little bit at the back, but that's going to be borderline impossible. Of course, this door frame's going to need me to do that, though, isn't it? I wonder if there's a bigger ladder that I can use so I can get higher up. Should actually probably do that now before I forget, shouldn't I? There we go. That's better. Now we can actually wash what we're supposed to. Great. The ladder actually goes in the right place. Hey. I was thinking I wasn't going to pop then. I was getting a bit concerned. Probably should do the edge of the roof as well while I'm down here. So I think I'll go back and do that in a minute on the far side that I hadn't done. We're only at 6% though. Ugh. I was really hoping after the first little bit that it was going to speed up, but man. No, it's just as slow. I bet they're only going to pay us about $1,000 or something for this as well. I feel like we should be charging more for our services doing a building this large. So there should just be like a big buildings clause in the contract. That means that if it's larger than a certain size and takes a certain amount of time, that we just have to, they have to pay more money. It's unfair to have to do a building this big and get paid hardly anything for it. That being said, it is still satisfying to wash. There we go, big section done. On the other ladder again. The trusty step ladder, that's what we want. Much better. Alright, well that's nearly that whole side done, which is pretty useful. So this is going to take a while, but it's coming together. Makes me think that the roof is probably a very large chunk of this, just considering that we've done 8% and we've done one of the entire sides of the building. So the roof section must be a large portion of this. I mean, these front sections are huge as well. I mean, this is a big barn. I'd imagine there are people who have barns this large IRL, but I don't know if I've ever seen one quite this big. It's an absolute monster, though. A whopper of a barn. Corner frames already done this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to finish this one today, but probably going to get a good chunk of it done though, which is nice. Will be nice to leave this one as complete as possible, just so there isn't too much messing around with it that needs to be done on Thursday. What is missing on this piece of rear wall? Animal noises as well. What have I not done on here? Alright. Tiny little sliver at the bottom of the door. And that was enough. I guess I'll do this door and I'll just kind of do the bottom half first and I'll just continue around like that. I think. I feel like sometimes when I'm playing a game like this, where it's just very, like, easy to just kind of sink into it and just play, it's quite easy to just sort of stop talking for a while I'm just kind of vibing out. I've got to remember sometimes that I'm actually streaming. And not just sit here, just kind of in silence, just playing the game. Vibing out to the lo-fi and the power washing noises. It's gotta be close. Oh, and there's oh dear, there's a grain tower as well. I didn't notice that. That's a bit unhelpful. Oh, what we just got on the door either, but there we go. I think I'll consider this lamp as well part of the top half of the thing, as that's where it's connected to, so I'm not going to touch that really yet. We'll just leave that for now. Try and be, or at least stick roughly within the bounds of what I've said I'm going to do for now. I don't know why the scaffolding always turns when you pick it up as well, but it's really annoying. I feel like that random bug the other day, or that random issue we had in War Thunder where I would just turn for no reason. It's a bit annoying after a while, where you just have to keep adjusting it and correcting. And kind of debating whether I should go over and do the grain tower now, or should do it last. When I say now, I mean after we've done the current section we're doing. I feel like this is one of those situations as well in Power Wash where you really do wish sometimes you had a second person helping you out. Or it would just be way faster to do some of this stuff. Some of these jobs do just take hours. We've done 15%. And it's been like 20 minutes since I last checked the clock. Oh man. A long, arduous process, this. I'll have a great result at the end, and the time lapse will be very satisfying, but man, is it a lot of work. CPU or GPU having a freak out there as well. Freeze my whole PC like it used to with Siege back when I used to play that. Weirdly happens more when I'm using a controller though than when I'm on mouse and key. So not sure if there's anything in that either, but weirdly it does happen more when I'm using one rather than the other. Rusty ladder. I hate ladders IRL, so I'm glad to be able to use them in game. IRL though, ladders can go fuck themselves. Not a fan. Break coming up in just a minute, everybody, as well, which signifies, of course, that we're very nearly in the final hour of the stream. So be prepared for that very shortly. This not done. I missed an area. I have. Must be it right on this end. There we go. Ugh. So we are very close now, as I say, to the final hour of the stream. Which actually is kind of wild. It's strange to say that we have another hour left. I feel like it's kind of at that point where with the amount we've done, but I think it's just because we've done a lot of small jobs, where it feels like we should be, like the stream should be ending now. Nice, door went straight away, that's huge. You need to get that other stupid ladder from the other side again as well that I don't like, because otherwise I don't think we're going to reach that tiny little crack again. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, there's that tiny little bit at the back. Alright, I'm going to grab this tiny section real quick and then we'll go for the BRB. not done yet. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna go for a BRB. I'll be back in just a few minutes and then we'll carry on. So BRB everybody, back in a sec.
Nice.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm just going to buy these two things as well. So that's the Urban X U2 washer, which has now been done. So we're going to save our money, and then we're going to get a heavy-duty one. That'll be good. The Prima Vista 3000 we'll get soon. So that'll be good. Thank you for the welcome back. So, let's get more of this barn done. We've done nearly 20%, so... Taking its time, though. Oh, we are getting there, slowly. Actually, white nozzles, not bad here. Also, a reminder again as well, after coming back from the BRB. YouTube stream is still live. If you could go over and drop a cheeky like on it if you haven't already, that would be much appreciated, of course. And if you don't currently subscribe to the YouTube channel, then that would be absolutely phenomenal as well if you could. Very much appreciated. We also, Bowl last time mentioned about doing the vertical streaming thing at the same time, so we're also doing that today. So the stream is technically going out to the shorts feed as well. Then again, it's kind of weird because I've never seen the stream pop up in the shorts feed, so I don't really know how that works, but it also defeats the point a little bit of a stream if it's in the shorts feed, but there we go. I guess YouTube will do what YouTube wants when it comes to those things. Bit of an odd choice though, I've got to say. Hey. Oh, we're very nearly done now with the bottom layer. So we will soon have to, of course, move on to the, well, either the middle or we'll do the grain silo. I feel like we might just do the grain silo, to be honest, but we'll see. See how we's feeling. That's not what I want.
Hello there.
That's what I want. Welcome back, Shags. Hello there. How you doing, man? Been having a good one, have you, Shags? Vibing away, listening to some power washing action and doing whatever it is you've been up to. Good to see you again. Oof. Okay, maybe not. Why are we oofing? Nox cat, okay. Just an assortment of redeems.
So, you...
Okay, we're going for all of them. Alright. I would assume, anyway. I hope we don't die while power washing. That would be tragic, wouldn't it? Death while power washing would be pretty bad. We'd have to call one of those, like, injury lawyer companies and file a lawsuit against the people who made the power washing gun or something, you know? Say that its pressure was too high, so we accidentally looked down the barrel of the pressure washer, pulled the trigger, and blasted a shot through our skull. Fucking hell. Shot ourselves with water that was too strong. Final hour, though. I mean, I don't think I'm going to get this one done in an hour. But I can try. Or at least I can try and get it done as quick as I can. Hey, nice. So that's this whole front done.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bah, bah.
We did indeed start blasting, Shags. We did indeed. Right, let's do the grain silo. Here's the cat. Cat came with us. Love that. Man, look at this thing. I mean... you just know this is going to take a while. Okay, move that out of the way. I'm a little confused as to how we hadn't got that at that point. Okay. Anyway, we can actually do a surprising amount of this with just the green on the long nozzle, which is quite good. I was wondering if we were going to really be able to do all that much, but I'm pleasantly surprised by this, I must say. This is a good revelation finding this out. Doesn't really change much about this taking an absolute age to do, but at least it makes it slightly faster. We'll also get to see by the end how level the line is that I've been doing there, as to whether it's actually going to be straight or not, or if I'm going to have gone up each time I've done it. Made like a swirl symbol. Kind of interesting. One day this will be done, this job. And then we've probably got even worse ones to come. That's the worst part. I bet there's even stronger, nastier ones to deal with here. This is probably the first job we've done for a little while in this game that's like a big job though. Thank you for the boob. Yep, we've gone up. We've created a cinnamon roll swirl. That's what we've done there. That's not what we were looking for, but that's okay. Well, that's like half the silo done. Mostly.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Welcome in, Boig, I guess, is the pronunciation. Boig69. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Hello. I hope you're having a good one today. Are you autistic? I am not. Autistic monkey. That's a hell of a phrase to say on the first message in. Dude, I love Power Wash. Do you? You're in the right place then. Are you autistic? No, I'm not that either. Not that there is anything wrong, of course, with people being autistic. Have you played this before? I have. I have indeed played this before. Played the first Power Wash and Yeah. I'm trying to get all the achievements. I'm gonna guess you guys must be a group of friends or something from the fact that so many of you came in at the same time. I'm guessing. Maybe it's just random luck. Who knows? You should use soap first. Nah, it's fine. Water's enough. It'll be fine. So satisfying to watch. It can be. Certainly can be. Pretty satisfying to do, minus some of the very large buildings that can be quite annoying because they take multiple hours. But most of the time it's pretty good. Tips? Any tips for first time power wash? I've got a good one. Shoot the water on the dirt. That's a good tip. If you do that, the dirt comes off, and then you wash the things. That's a top tip from me. You can use that one if you want. Don't let everybody know about that one though, because that's one of my pro tips. Look away for 1 second. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what just happened. If I had to guess, I'm not sure if all of them are together or if one of them is separate. But I'm going to guess that that's a group of children who are like,
Oh, guys, shall we go in and troll someone in the power wash?
And it didn't really work on me. I don't know. I assume that's what they were going for. There's a chance that one of them maybe isn't, but I don't know. They're probably just a group of like 10-year-olds. Who I'm sure because said, I would imagine anyway, I'm going to talk freely about it because I don't care even if they're still here, but if they aren't, then they've probably already left because I didn't give them the rage bait material they wanted by going, oh my god, asked me if I was autistic. I now need to do something crazy. You know? Yeah. Just a bunch of like weird shitters, man. I guess. that's how they enjoy their evening, I guess, then there you go. Maybe age restriction is a good thing. Yeah. Honestly. I also find it kind of funny these days, though, that like the whole autistic thing has become such a thing, where it's like become all the... You remember like when we were kids, and it used to be the thing where people would call people gay, and they'd use it as like an insult, and now it's become nobody really uses it anymore. People don't go around going, "You're gay," anymore, because it's like, you know... I feel like that's just like the autistic thing at the minute. It's for a while everyone used to go around and just be like, "You're autistic," and it's like... Now it's just become a thing where it's like people don't really say it very much anymore. Other than children who are like, "This is a funny," and it's just not. Like, there's nothing really funny about it. That's what I don't get about, like, kids, I guess, these days. It's like 99% of the things that, like, kids these days say just aren't even funny anymore. Like, at least when we were younger, we had great memes, you know? I don't want to be one of those people who's like the whole back in my day. We had great memes. We had great memes back in our day. Us of the generation of people that are about the same age as me here right now. We have great memes. But them kids these days, man. Shit memes. Shit memes. Do better, children of the internet. Not that there should be any of them listening to me right now. Do fucking better. Get better memes, honestly. People suck. Check something actually real quick. Oh, account been made since 2019. When were all their accounts made? They all like recent. October 2025. 2020. Xbox gamer profile picture. Oh man, are they in an Xbox party together? Oh, that's hilarious. How cute, man. I think they're in an Xbox. They must be on the Twitch Xbox app. Damn. That's cute. Them and their little band of pals.
Hey, shall we go on the Xbox Live party today? Yeah, let's go troll some people on Twitch.
What they sound like. That's what all 14-year-olds sound like. Banned the one that followed. Honestly, ban them all, I don't care. I doubt they'll ever come back. They probably just wanted to, like, be weird little shitters, and because I didn't really react to them much, they'll probably just never come back, but I don't care if you ban them all, to be honest. Let out your fiery wrath. Moderator of the channel. You do like banning people, so go ahead. Now just the one that followed, because you know that's against the rules. That is true. Yeah, I guess following the stream shows an intent to come back, and if you're a child, you shouldn't be here in the first place. That's fair. Memes nowadays are so boring. Children humor isn't funny. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? Because we watched that... we were watching that queso video that had all the memes in it, and then we were talking about the fact that memes back in our day were so much... They felt so much better. And then we watched that old Vine comp. And we were reciting the memes from our day and how much better they were than the memes of today. I mean, back then we had like great memes, and now it's just a bunch of like moronic children going
6, 7, 6, 7.
And it's like, stop fucking... Just stop. You know? It's like, is that really the level of memes that we've got to? 6, someone's showing 6, 7. Really? What a life we live. I miss Vine. Me too. Me too. Vine was great. It's sad that Vine went away. Why did Vine ever shut down? I'm sure there was a reason for it, wasn't there? Why did Vine ever close down? Anyone know the specific reason? Because I don't remember. I just remember one day just seeing the whole thing where people were saying, oh, Vine's going away. I was sad. Great. Vine was the proof of concept that TikTok would be popular. Although Vine is about 10 times better than TikTok, because TikTok's just full of, like, absolute shite, to be honest. There's some good stuff on TikTok, but most of it's just absolute bollocks. Honestly. Part of the reason I don't stream on TikTok, to be honest, because I know it's like, it can actually be relatively good. But I just know that if I stream on TikTok, there's going to be so many fucking children, and it's like, I don't want to do all that. You know? Bad enough just streaming on Twitch and YouTube sometimes, let alone fucking streaming on there where there's just a bunch of kids running around watching shit brain rot humor. They wouldn't understand my humor. Tell you what I'd love to know, though. I'd love to know how the children that came in actually found the stream. Whether they came in from Power Wash or they came in from somewhere else. So I was going to say, I feel like that's the type of thing where they're probably going in like a little train and they're going to like the next stream and they're going to do the same thing. Because they're like hilarious. Probably just from Power Wash. Maybe. Again, I suspect they're from the Xbox Twitch app, so I don't know how that works on there. At least I think they are, just because I think at least one of them had an Xbox default gamer picture, and it's like, I feel like that would be your Twitch account profile picture if you were on the Xbox. Hey! Hey! Silo is done, I think. I guess we'll come back to it if there's any issues later on, but man, that took a while. Vine shut down because of Twitter. Because of Twitter? What was it that Twitter did that made Vine shut down? Did they, like, want them to get rid of the app or something? Huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Twitter shut down. Did Twitter own Vine? Or something? Or they just didn't like them? Oh, okay, Twitter owned... Okay, I didn't realize they owned them. Interesting. Tell you what, if Twitter was smart, you'd have thought that considering how popular Vine was, they'd have just incorporated it into their regular service. Then they wouldn't pay creators, so they all left for... Oh, I see. Okay. The classic big money corporation of let's let all these people build a platform for us while paying them. And to the point where they had actually make quite a lot of money for themselves, and then we won't pay them anymore, because now we'll reap the benefits of all of the work that they did for years. That old chestnut. I see. Don't you just love it when companies do that? They'll just, like, use people for years to their personal gain. And then they'll just be like, right, now you actually would be getting paid a fair amount. Fuck you. We're taking all the money now. See you later. Like, who in their right mind is going to spend hours and hours and hours making Vines every week just to promote on a platform that they get nothing back from, most likely? Like, come on. I think a lot of companies on the internet these days severely underestimate people's ability to just go somewhere else if they don't like the platform they're on anymore. I don't know. I think it's kind of like that same shit, you know, I think we talked about it with jobs before, where it's like, there's this weird, like, thing that when jobs used to treat you badly, people just used to kind of stay at the same job for years, but now it's a lot more of a culture of just like, I don't like it here, I'm just gonna leave. And it's like this kind of weird, there seems to be this weird, like, disconnect where employers sometimes who treat people like ass still seem to think that people won't just leave. They're like, wow, we treated you like shit and then you just left. Well, what's that about? Oh, well, you expect people to do. They're not just going to stay there, are they, if you just treat them like ass all the time? That's interesting, though. Well. Oh. That's a bit in the way. Move out of the way of that real quick. Yeah, I didn't know that it was owned by Twitter, though. That's interesting. Jesus. Hopefully Twitter doesn't get banned over here, though. That would be nice. What in the hell? Yeah, I think I was bugged out and it was thinking I was on the ladder. Yeah, hopefully Twitter doesn't get banned over here. That would be quite annoying. Not gonna lie. But you can never tell these days, based upon the way things are over here. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe it will get banned. I'm going to guess I'm missing the underside here, am I? No, it's probably that. Hey! Do the old, hangovers, the eaves as they call it. I didn't know that's what it's called. An eve. Who knew? I certainly didn't. That's a huge roof though, I mean. Guess I should do this thing as well, shouldn't I? For a second there, I thought that was rusted to shit, and I was about to just have flashbacks to that sodding cement mixer again, but thankfully, just looks like it's kind of caked on there. Yeah, it's kind of funny though, isn't it? When you think about it with Vine. I mean, Vine was years ago now. Years and years ago. But it kind of was the pioneer for modern, like 10 years before its time, it was like the pioneer for modern internet stuff. Because these days, all people talk about internet is short form content, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all that type of stuff, Instagram Reels, and it's like, Vine was that like 10 years ago. So I guess it shows that even back then there was still a big like market for it. It just never really. Well, actually, I'd say Vine was actually pretty mainstream back then as well. Vine's what started that. Yeah, I think it created the like the want for it. Definitely. And then kind of ever since, I think a lot of it has been people just chasing the same thing that Vine was, trying to, you know, make a similar service. Because it was a great service. Now we don't have an attention span for anything longer than 30 seconds. Yeah, mostly. It's weird though, isn't it? It's like it's very short attention span or very long, one of the two. You know? Like how you have the whole, like, a lot of people who can't watch more than a 30-second clip without needing to watch something else in the meantime and watch 2 other clips at the same time. Or those same people will sit down and watch like a 5-hour-long lore video about a game. There's no like in between, it feels like these days. Hey, pipe done. I think Vine though was great back in the day. I do, as you said earlier, I miss it as well. It's a very nice app. One of the few apps probably that I would bring back if I had the chance. I think Vine would be great if we brought it back now. Think people would ruin Vine? You think? Yeah, no, actually, I could see it. The special time back when humor was better. But you think basically Vine would just be TikTok 2.0 now, or it'd just be like shitty humor? Shitty humor and like screaming children. And then the odd piece of content that's actually genuinely interesting, but few and far between. Can you imagine 6-7 on Vine? I'm not sure I want to. Seeing it about twice on my feed was enough to make me seek professional help, to be fair. Just losing faith in humanity for what we'd become, knowing that that was the level of humor that people had these days. Fell straight off there as well. Gonna have to do a big jump onto that pipe. That big jump. Here we go. Wait! They wouldn't let me jump. I'm jumping off the top. Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. See, some people will be like, "Whoa, you're just shitting on the Zoomers." And it's like, yeah, we'll get better humor then. You know, be funnier then. What I say? Well, I mean, like the like the more zoomery Zoomers, you know, like the TikTok obsessed people. When I say the Zoomers. Even people in our generation though are still fucked when it comes to that. It's just kind of TikTok in general, kind of polluted humor, I feel. The tragedy. Gen Alpha's the problem. Well, they literally wouldn't even know anything funny if it quite literally smacked them in the face. You know? Yeah, you're not wrong that it's people younger than us mostly, yeah. I feel like if I had the chance, and you could just like revert the internet back to what it was in 2012, I feel like that'd just be a great time, you know? Just revert it back permanently to like 2012 on the internet, and it'd just be a better place. Imagine how great it would be. I mean, I'm sure it's like the same argument could be made that people would ruin it like they would with other things, but it's like, it's a different time back then. I think one of the other things that probably changed a lot since then though as well is like it's the fact that a lot of people seem to be offended by humor these days. And I don't even mean just straight up offensive jokes, because I mean people have always been offended by those. But when it comes to just like general humor, I feel like so many people just get offended over nothing these days, of just random jokes. It sort of kills some of the fun out of it. You know? Because sometimes you'll see things that are genuinely funny and it's just like the comment section is just a bunch of like people annoyed about it. It's like, why are you mad? I keep saying the example, I've talked about this recently about like the whole people just look for negative things these days in everything. And I keep using the example that you mentioned before, Oreo, as well, about the pancakes waffles thing. Because it's actually a really good analogy to describe it to people. About the whole, like, someone asks you the question of what do you like, pancakes or waffles, and you say it, and then they do the whole, well, you hate the other one then. I feel like that's what the internet has become these days, you know? That shit. That's why TikTok is actually great. I can always rely on the comments to be fucking funny. Yeah, alright, I'll give you that. It is funny to laugh at the people who get angry about stuff on TikTok and things. It's Twitter that's bad about everyone getting offended. That is true, yeah. It's mostly Twitter where people get really angry about everything. Some of it, though, isn't even just like people necessarily getting offended. It's just people getting angry over nothing. Like, sometimes you'll see... I think it's kind of the mentality a little bit of, like, things are never enough with people these days as well. Where something could happen that could be, like, the best thing that's happened in ages and people will still complain about it. You know? Like, Twitch is a good example of that. Oh, I got a sneeze. We're on Twitch, it's like, they do a lot of bad stuff, right? I'm not gonna bat for Twitch here, fuck them. But Twitch does a lot of, like, bad stuff. But, like, I swear, Twitch finally will do, like, something good for once, and you'll still get people going in all the comment sections just bitching about, like...
When are they gonna fix rod storage?
And it's just like, nobody gives a shit about that, I'll be honest. Nobody cares. Can we once just, like, actually go, oh, this is cool, and not just bitch and moan about everything? That's also part of it. Everyone just complains these days about everything, you know? There's no enjoyment in anything these days, it feels. Genuinely making fun of everyone. Twitter comments are wild, though. They can still be funny, the Twitter comments. I remember we talked about this before. We had a conversation about this once, and you sent me a post or something. And I was saying, have you read the comments? They can be funny, it's just like, I feel like the Twitter comments that are funny are fewer and far between now. Rather than like other platforms. It feels like all the funny people from Twitter left and went to other places, because sort of, you know, it was just... That's rare though. It is, you know. Finding genuinely funny people on Twitter is more difficult these days. Or at least genuinely funny people that don't also have something else that's bad about them. It's like one of those ones where you kind of go like, oh, this is kind of cool, and then you realize that the person's like... It was like when, you know, someone would start posting like fucking... what are they called? NFT posts or something, you know? And you're just like, you're a fucking memes... You're a memes account on Twitter. Nobody wants you to try and sell NFTs, alright? Stay in your goddamn lane. Shit like that. Or like crypto bros and like AI people and whatnot. It's just like, you know. I swear, it's like on Twitter you always find someone who's genuinely funny and then it just gets ruined by something like that. It's like, okay. Get my hopes shot down a little more on Twitter because everyone on Twitter are just mad. Pretty much, yeah. I feel like Twitter has literally just become a forum where people go to complain about things and nothing more. Like, people don't even do anything interesting on Twitter anymore, it feels like. It's just people who complain about everything. Next time I see great comments on a video, I'll send it to you. You'll see what I mean. On, actually, I think you've also... I seem to remember you may have told me before that Instagram's kind of the goat of good comments as well. TikTok and Instagram tends to have good comments, I think I remember you saying. Like, Instagram was the sleeper. I'm still so sad about that Instagram video of the fucking dudes in that truck. Oh, I can't believe that's gone. That was so good. A great meme died that day when that video was gone and we couldn't find it anymore. That was just glorious. Man, we're over 50% now as well. Let's go. Actually making progress. Crazy, I know. See, guys, just use my power washing tips that I told that geezer earlier. Of aim the water at the dirt, and you'll make progress just like me. You'll be flying through these power wash levels before you know it. Right? Also love the Assassin's Creed Eagle Vision area there as well, like the Leap of Faith thing that they put there. I don't know what those are actually for on barns. Does anyone know? Does anyone have any knowledge of like farms or anything and know what those are actually for? That big wooden strut at the front of the barn doors? I'm sure it's got an actual practical application. Like someone's going to say someone attaches something to it and it allows them to put things in the door up there or something. But I have no idea what they're actually for. I just like to humour myself by saying that it's actually that Ezio Auditore just lives here. He just has a he has a leap of faith point, synchronization point. That's the one. He has a sync point here for gaining a better idea of what's around in these surroundings. If anyone actually knows, I'd genuinely be kind of interested, because I've always been kind of curious as to what the hell they actually are. Anyone know much about farms or living out in the country? I'm going to guess it's an American thing, though, because I don't think I've ever seen them on British farms or anything. Then again, you don't really see much of British farmland. It's usually all private land off somewhere. Hidden away. Tell you what, this actually will make a perfect spot to stand on for this. Look at that. Lovely. That's just what we wanted. Look at that. Hey. And there's the pop. So I'm glad though there's not an achievement that we need to do on this one, because my lord, if we had to do this mission twice, I would be something. And that something is rather unhappy. Insta is still hit or miss. Okay. So it's pretty much just TikTok where all of the funny people are now in the comments anyway. The video's still shite, but the comments though are where all the funny people have gone. There's also there's some random accounts I still follow on TikTok from stuff that you've sent me before. Not that I really go on TikTok a lot, if ever really. But I still, every once in a while I'll go on there and I'll see that they've uploaded a new video. Like I still get notifications telling me that Neil the Seal has put up a new one. I remember you sending me Neil the Seal before. At least I think it was you who sent me Neil the Seal. I think he's in Australia, isn't he? Can't remember. Good old Neil the Seal. He's a legend, he is. He just goes and lies in the road. What a guy. He's just living his best life as a seal. Something we all wish we could do. Just be a seal. Be great, wouldn't it? How much easier would life be if we were all just seals? Be great, wouldn't it? Oh my god, it's 52 minutes past. Oh my lord. I don't think we're finishing this today. Safe to assume. I'll say though, I think I've done pretty well to get as much done as I have. I think. I mean, it's a big job right now. I think I've done a pretty admirable job, given the circumstances. Why the fuck is this window not finished? Come on now. There we go. Bullshit is what we call that. Hey. Right, now we can actually wash the front of the bloody barn. Which we're obviously not going to finish today, but we can do some of it. I did have a moment then after mentioning Neil the Seal where I couldn't remember if it was you who sent it to me or not. And I thought it was going to be one of those awkward moments where you go, oh yeah, remember when you sent me this? And then you just either don't remember what it is or it's not you who sent it to me. And so it's just like you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's like, what? Like I've had that before, I think, with other people where I'll be like, yeah, remember when you sent me this? And they're just like, no idea what you're talking about. It's like, oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, actually, who the fuck is Neil the Seal? Alright, it's my mate, you know. He's my mate, Neil the Seal. My best friend. Me and Neil the Seal are got a parasocial relationship going on with Neil. I think he's actually my best friend. Kind of tragic that there are people out there who think that about, like, random people online. So they're like, they're my best friend, and it's like, they don't even know you. Hate to break it to you, buddy. Sure, there's other people I follow on TikTok from stuff you've sent me before. You used to send me a lot of like food TikToks. Those are good as well. Like recipes and stuff. Hey, nice. Maybe we will actually get the front of this done today. I didn't think we were going to in the time, but actually, kind of flown through it. Impressed. Alright, I'm a BRB. Alright, I'll expect some more children to come in now since the chief defender of the stream has left. Don't worry. If they come back, you can ban them when you get back, alright? Come back into the stream, weapons drawn. Now just yell at me and I'll ban them. I'll ban all. No. Alright, fair enough. If a child comes in, I'll start playing the siren sound effect. You'll hear this sound. And I'll go, child spotted, child spotted. And then you'll know. You'll be ready. Take them away. And they'll get arrested by Mr. Clancy and banished from the platform. Except they won't. Hey, is that the whole front done? I thinks it might be. Minus the very small amount of edge work on the roof. It's kind of almost too small to see though, so it's a bit of a fuck to do that bit. Oh, I'm bugged on the ladder again. Stupid thing. Yeah, that's what I mean with like the edge work on the roof. Just so we don't have to come back. We actually might check the other end as well. And then that'll leave me with just the roof to do, which is 40% of the job. I mean, I know it's a big job, but 40%? Really? I guess it's just because the surface area. I mean, I would assume that's how they, like, judge it when they do the determination of the percentage points, is how, like the surface area of what it is that you're washing. This actually all looks clean on this side, to be fair. Damn, we actually got it all the first time? No way. Yeah, I think we kind of cooked when we did that side. Alright, roof we go. Just start on this, I guess. Ad break coming up in just a few minutes, everybody, of course. The fun little bit. Of course, we will be ending pretty much right after that. Yes. We'll finish this job on Thursday. Now we'll be on some fresh new stuff where hopefully we can gain some more achievements. That would be nice. So we have been a little, just a little bit kind of sparse on the achievements today, which is a bit disappointing. Especially because the last few streams we've done actually on this game, we've done very well on the achievement hunting. So it's a bit of a shame, albeit we kind of picked up some random miscellaneous ones in the last few streams where we've just sort of just happened to pick them up randomly. So that's probably helped quite a lot in terms of getting the count up, so it's fine. Now, even at point blank range, the white nozzle is still not enough to knock all this off. What a tragedy, dude. The white nozzle is so useless in this game, I swear. I know there is an achievement in the previous game that's like finish the final level with only using the white nozzle, which just sounds like hell, quite frankly. Water? No, this isn't water brews. This is petrol. That's what we're pouring all over the barn. Easy to confuse the two, though. Little bit of a waste of the Nox Cat and Cat Ears points there, considering we are going to be ending the stream in like 5 minutes, but they're your points, so. Even better. Just wait until I increase the cost of both of them to like 10,000 apiece. The ridge as we go, I guess. Roof ridge. Shush. I think you should just make a better financial judgment when it comes to your channel points. They're a very valuable currency. Not that you can hear me now anyway, because you've been hit by them ads, but still. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna continue until the ads end. When the ads finish, that's when we're gonna wrap up. So we got a couple more minutes, just 3 minutes or so, just to kind of finish off this last little bit. And see how far we can get, pretty much, with it. Why is it still showing roof here? I'm clearly not aiming at the roof. everything's coming together quite nicely, I've got to say. Nice. Still a large percentage of this one, though, that needs to be done, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I guess the roof is sort of in this weird angular thing. I wonder if I can go down here without falling off. Look at the grip on these shoes. Outstanding. That's brilliant. Let's do the gutters while I'm at it. We already did the outside of the gutters. To just move that every time we come past. I put both these ladders around the side because I was thinking, well, they aren't in the way earlier on. Now they are. Stupid ladders, man. That's why I hate ladders. They're always in the way. If I'd have done the other side, I wouldn't have had this problem. If I go up here and do it like this, I might be able to get it all. That'd be good. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We are just going to finish off these two gutters, and then we are going to be done for the night. As I noticed them being unfinished, and we nearly did them with a bit earlier on, so I thought, you know what, we'll just finish them off. We just got to do the other side as well, and then we're done for the night. Thanks for the welcome back. Yeah. I didn't actually go anywhere in this case. I stayed the entire time working away, whittling away at my power washing job. What is considered a gutter that hasn't been cleaned? The ends? No, we got the ends. It's considered... Oh, there's some on the front. Unforgivable. And more on the front? What am I missing on the gutter? Ah. Would appear that the first pass wasn't quite as clean as I thought it was. Thank you for the welcome back as well, too. Again, I don't think you went anywhere either, but still, I'll take the welcome back. As you are indeed a scrub-scriber, so you were here the entire time while I was talking about power washing or whatever. A lot of wasted water doing this, but, you know, it's a fictional game, it doesn't matter. Climate change and that don't count in the video games. Ooh, that reminds me, hang on. Aha! I nearly forgot to do the raid thing again. Oh man, that would have been bad. Nearly got me though, Twitch. You nearly got me. I wish I could just set that up as an automatic setting, to be honest, where I could make it so that people just couldn't raid me in the final hour. That would be nice. Don't get too many raids these days, but when I do, I like to try and, you know, make the most of them and give people a decent chunk of stream left rather than just end very quickly afterwards, which I don't like doing, so I just boys try and go on for a bit, hence the blocking out of the raids in the last little while. On the front? Doesn't look like it. We are missing something again. There's gonna be like a streak somewhere in there that I haven't done. Nothing obvious. This is a very large scaffolding. I mean, I guess it's because the thing, but the grain silo. Huge though. Maybe it's this like top strip, so I guess we'll just walk down and do this again. That's roof, presumably. I'm genuinely not seeing what it is that they want me to do for this. It does not really look like there is a... This is just from a weird angle, but it doesn't look like there's a patch missing. How odd. There's a tiny dot there. I mean, maybe there's one in the other corner, I guess. I bet it's that. There you go. 66% exactly. Not bad. Let's hop back on the roof and then we'll get ready to finish this next time. Missed a spot. Not anymore, I didn't. We got it. I'm very happy with that. Alright, let's go and stand triumphantly on top of the cockerel at the top. There we go. Drop a save. Reset unfinished tasks. Oh, what? I wonder if you could, like, make them yellow again. That's kind of cool. Alright, we should be saved. Let's head back to the home base. Highlight dirt color. Oh, you can change the color of it. That's kind of good. Green. Let's make it green. Dirt highlight duration. Make it go 5 seconds. Oh, that's amazing as well. Why have I never done this before? Damn. Alright, back to home base. Pop the controller down. So, let's just... Stone circle's not what we want to do. Let's just double check the farm, just to make sure. It's saying we've done 66%. Lovely stuff. And then, of course, we got the stone circle, which there is a... I think there is an achievement on that one, so we've actually got one we can do again soon, which is cool. That'll be nice. That being said, though, say goodbye to Power Wash for the day, because we have done what we came here to do. I've washed many things. I'm pretty happy with that, all in all. I think we've done alright there. So, yeah, not bad. Tune back in my chair a bit. Have a quick run through the achievements we've done today. Not that there's very many of them, admittedly. There is, in fact, 2 that we unlocked today, so nothing crazy. The 2 achievements that we unlocked were... in the bandstand job, cleaning the hatch last, which we actually technically did last time, but it didn't pop. Thank you for the oof. I know, 2 achievements is pretty bad. But, yeah, it didn't pop last time. I don't really know why we did it. I think it must be because we saved halfway through the job. So that one didn't work the last time, but we got it to work this time. We did that at the start of stream. And then in any job using the scissor lift, fully extend a gnome up to the maximum height. So that was 2 achievements we got today. putting us at 17 out of 40, and leaving us with a decent amount left to go. I think there's 2 that we've missed so far, which is the campsite job, I think, and the dog car. I think every other one we have an option of doing an achievement on them. And then there's some that are just like apply a skin to X thing, you know, buy all the equipment, stuff like that. So that's gonna take us a little bit of time just to get through the rest of those. Yeah. Not bad though. I mean, 2 achievements, it's still decent. It's a bit of progress. On Thursday, we're going to obviously progress further, which will be nice. Other thing to mention, 25th of January is going to be the stream anniversary for me. So we are going to be doing something slightly special on that day. So it should be a fun time, I hope. So, yes, hopefully people have an enjoyable little time when we do that. I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be good. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Good stuff coming not too far away as well. It's, what, like 11 days? Not very long. So, yeah, that's pretty handy as well. Pretty tidy, that is. But we got a couple more streams to do before that, though. So, kind of like we did before, we're going to be counting down until we get to the big ones. Like we did at Christmas. Alright. I am going to end the YouTube stream there, though. So, thank you very much, YouTube folks, for hanging out today. It is very much appreciated, as always. Thank you to everyone who's gone over and dropped a like on the stream. We're up to 11 today, which is very, very nice to see. Thank you for the double digits on the subs. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thanks so much to everyone who's gone over there. Thank you to everyone who's dropped a like and just watched some of the stream today as well. We're at 31 views, which is not quite the world beater that we did with the previous ones, but actually for this game with a little less exposure on it, that's actually not too bad. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming in and hanging out on that stream as well. And if anyone's gone in on the vertical stream, then there you go. I should actually put myself in the center of the screen, shouldn't I, so the people on the vertical stream can see it. Oh, there's a delay. That's the only problem. There we go. Let's put Big Me there. There we go. But yeah. So thank you to everyone for hanging out on YouTube. Much appreciated. And I will be back tomorrow with some War Thunder action. So you guys have fun. Take care of yourselves. And I'll be back tomorrow. So have a good one, YouTube people. See you around. And take care. That's them gone. 32 views. I guess there was one last one there at the end. What's the all-important watch time?